Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Let's just wait a few more minutes as people trickle in. I see that number of participants still going up. So we'll just give it one more minute. Okay, the numbers look pretty stable to me and we have a lot to cover today, so I think we should just get started. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Colin Lang. I am a supervisor here at the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. Thank you for joining us this morning to discuss the safety requirements in addressing increasing wildfire risk. Brianna, can we go to the next slide? A couple of points about safety this morning. Please take care of your posture and sit in a comfortable position. Many of us will be sitting in front of our computers all day. Make sure to get up, take a break, and stretch. Also make sure to hydrate. I always have my water bottle right next to me. Ensure you know whether you're at home or whether you're in an office today. Make sure you know your emergency exits and procedures. If the need should arise. Always keep an emergency contact information readily available. You can, if there is an emergency and you are alone, you are more than welcome to post the emergency info in the chat if need be, and someone from the panelists will help you out and send help your way. And of course, most of us probably live in California, so we should always be prepared for earthquakes to strike at any time. Next slide, Brianna. Throughout the day today and tomorrow, there will be opportunities for the public to participate in these discussions. There will be many discussions on many different topics, but we will have reminders of how to participate throughout the workshop. But as an introduction now, you can use your raise hand button on Zoom and participants will be unmuted in order of raised hands. For those of you who are dialing into this meeting, you can press #2 to raise your hand as well. You may also use the Zoom's Q&A feature to provide input. We would prefer if you provide verbal input, but everything in Zoom's Q&A will be recorded for the record and we will take it into account. When you do raise your hand and speak, we ask that you try to limit yourself to about 2 minutes. And again, we will have reminders throughout the day. Now I'd like to pass the mic off for some opening remarks to Director Caroline Thomas-Jacobs of the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety and Commissioner Darcy Houck of the Public Utilities Commission.
Thank you, Colin, and thank you to the Electrical Safety Policy Division, our contract support Green Grid, and IT staff for putting this workshop together. I know it's always a huge effort, and 2-day workshops a big lift, so I appreciate all the work that's gone into it to make it successful today. I'd also like to welcome my colleague, Commissioner Houck, who's joining us today from the Public Utilities Commission. I deeply appreciate the coordination between our teams to ensure that we're always moving California utilities quickly and efficiently to become safer and address wildfire risk, and this is a good opportunity to do that. I'd also like to welcome our Wildfire Safety Advisory Board members, Jessica Block and Chris Porter, who will be on the risk assessment and modeling and vegetation management panels, as well as board member John Mader, who will be on the new construction, system hardening, and grid operations panel and the underground panel. The advice and guidance of the board is invaluable to our department's efforts, and I very much appreciate you being able to join us today and offer your expertise. As my team has heard me say many times, I am particularly excited about this effort In this workshop, we're getting to do something different than we normally do in our various regulatory responsibilities. Most people are familiar with energy safety's responsibility to evaluate the electrical corporation's wildfire mitigation plans. In those evaluations, we assess each utility's individual plan to understand and address their wildfire risk across their service territory. What we're here to do today, however, is different. Assembly Bill 1054 and 111, which established our department and gave us the authority and responsibility to evaluate wildfire mitigation plans, conduct safety culture assessments, review executive compensation structures, also gave us the responsibility in Public Utilities Code 326A to, and I quote, review as necessary in coordination with the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board and necessary commission staff, safety requirements for electrical infrastructure, and provide recommendations to the commission to address the dynamic risk of climate change and to mitigate wildfire risk. This is an authority and responsibility energy safety has to do when it's needed, and we've decided that it's needed. Given the new wildfire safety code requirements and wildfire mitigation plan requirements established through Assembly Bill 1054, we've seen enormous change in how electrical corporations build, operate, and maintain their equipment to reduce the likelihood of ignitions. Given this change and all of the new innovative approaches utilities have taken to address this risk, utilizing new risk modeling, deploying new technologies and remote sensing devices, changing grid operational practices, adding new situational awareness capabilities, and implementing increased vegetation clearances, it provides us a unique opportunity to take a step back and think about how these new approaches should influence our baseline safety requirements. This workshop is an opportunity to discuss how we can improve these baseline compliance requirements, whether that's enhancing existing requirements, removing obsolete requirements, potentially adding new requirements, to make sure that California's grid is built, operated, and maintained safely. As the impacts of climate change continue to worsen and California experiences climate extremes that increase the risk of wildfire, the importance of reestablishing our expectations for wildfire resilience of California's grid is ever more critical. This November will be the 5-year anniversary of the Camp Fire, a fire that fundamentally changed not only the way that we, California, but all of the West, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, think about utility wildfire risk. I'd like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the more than 100 lives lost and tens of thousands of lives disrupted due to the statewide fires of 17, the Camp Fire in 18, and all of the past California wildfires. We have a duty to do everything we can to ensure that utility-caused catastrophic wildfires stop. This is no small task, given the simultaneous demands with the clean energy transition, electrification, decarbonization. Underlying all of these efforts, however, is a requirement to run the grid safely. Today's workshop is a first step in discussing how we need to update the baseline requirements for how the grid is built, operated, and maintained. And I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion today and tomorrow to see where it leads us in making productive recommendations for improving the safety of California's electrical grid. With that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Houck for any opening remarks she may have.
Thank you, Director Thomas Jacobs. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to be able to provide some comments. Thank you to you, Director Jacobs, for all of the work you've been doing and for your staff's work in putting this important workshop together. Again, I'm Darcy Houck, one of the 5 commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. I'm also the assigned commissioner for both of the commission's safety culture proceedings regarding electric and gas utilities and the commission's climate adaptation proceeding. Both of these proceedings are closely related to the work that energy safety is conducting, and that is the subject of today's public workshop. As described by Director Thomas Jacobs, energy safety has commissioned a study to examine existing safety requirements for electrical corporations and will be providing recommendations regarding how to mitigate wildfire risks. The study is going to consider updates to existing safety requirements and whether new safety requirements may be necessary to mitigate the effects of climate change and prevent utility-caused catastrophic wildfires. The California Public Utilities Commission works closely with energy safety and will continue to work closely with them in reviewing the recommendations that come out of this study. Today's workshop provides an important opportunity for the public to provide input and feedback on this important work. My office also is working closely with both our staff at the Public Utilities Commission as well as energy safety on the issues that overlap, particularly with the proceedings that I have. And we're going to be reviewing IOU climate adaptation vulnerability assessments as they come in, or CAVAs, and we're going to be examining how to ensure we're looking ahead as best as possible to consider where safety and reliability mitigation measures will best serve the system, and we'll be working closely with energy safety to review their recommendations and coordinate on determining the best course of action as to any adjustments or additions to the requirements that may be needed. It's critical for us to welcome public feedback and develop guidance on the form and content of safety and the increasing risk of wildfires. As we work to improve our aging infrastructure to meet the energy transition for our climate goals, we must simultaneously plan with safety in mind. And I want to again thank Director Thomas and her team for all of their great work on this critical area for the state of California. I appreciate the public's participation in this important matter. I look forward to hearing what the public has to say today here in this workshop, the workshop tomorrow, and also in the proceedings that we have at the commission that will overlap and be related to these issues. I do want to note that there is a voting meeting today at the Public Utilities Commission. So I will only be here for the beginning of today's workshop, but I do plan to follow up, watch the recording, and coordinate with energy safety to make sure that we're tracking the comments that are provided. So again, thank you, Director Thomas, for all of your work and your team's work. And with that, I will conclude my comments.
Amazing. Thank you, Commissioner Houck, and thank you, Director Thomas Jacobs. I will now pass the mic on to Program Manager at the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety, Lucy Morgans, to give an overview of the workshop structure and agenda.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much, Colin. So I'm Lucy Morgans. I'm the Program Manager for the Electric Safety Policy Division. I'm going to be running you through the agenda today. Colin's going to be facilitating this first day of the workshop, and I'll be facilitating the second day. So next slide, please, Brianna. Thanks. So for this first day of the agenda, I want to give a brief overview of the structure and content. So first of all, we kicked off at 9:30 with welcome and opening remarks. Next, we'll get started with the project overview. So Chinmoy from Green Grid will be talking about the project overview. That'll finish at 10 o'clock. And then we'll move on to our specialist topics, starting with local conditions. That will go from 10:05 to 11:05. And then we'll move on to situational awareness, emergencies and disasters. That will conclude at 12:05. Between 12:05 and 1:05, we'll have our lunch break, and then we'll move on to risk assessment and modelling, followed by vegetation management, and we aim to conclude the day around 4 p.m. In terms of how each of the specialist topics will be handled, we'll kick off with a presentation by Green Grid. They'll provide a background and context to each of these specialist topics. Then they'll provide a summary of their key findings and observations, finished with questions for discussion. Those questions for discussion will be the topic of the and then we will then open up to the public comments. So Brianna, do you want to flip to the next slide? So as I said before, the purpose of the workshop today is to facilitate stakeholder feedback, promote public engagement, and enhance communication and transparency. And with that, I will hand back to Colin to continue with the workshop.
Thank you, Lucy. And I will move right along, give the mic to Chinmoy Saha from Green Grid to to give a little bit of background on today's workshop.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Director Thomas and Commissioner Houck for kicking off this important workshop today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Chinmoy Saha, one of the Green Grid principals and this energy safety contract manager. It's an honor to introduce this meaningful, impactful project to you, which is connected to today's workshop, which we already know. It is safety requirements addressing increasing wildfire risk due to climate change and aging in utility infrastructures. This project is driven by regulatory requirement, which is Public Utilities Code 326A7, which is already introduced by Director Thomas. And it's a highly collaborative project. This is owned by Energy Safety in collaboration with CPUC, CAL FIRE, Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, and other public interest organizations, and of course, the electric corporations. Under this project, we are reviewing current utility regulatory landscape and baseline industry practices to tackle elevated risk of wildfires due to climate change. In addition, we are analyzing other relevant regulatory framework outside of the utility industry for potential adoption to tackle increased threat of wildfire due to climate change. Unfortunately, utility equipment may contribute to ignitions, and uncontrolled vegetation may contribute to wildfires. We may need to do different things and do things differently for our shared purpose. A cadre of multidisciplinary professionals at Energy Safety and Green Grid are working tirelessly to find any relevant safety requirements for electric transmission and distribution infrastructure and equipment attached to that electrical infrastructure, and providing recommendations to the Commission to address dynamic risk of climate change and to mitigate wildfire risk that could potentially help all Californians. Under this project, a baseline evaluation report has been submitted to Energy Safety. A preliminary recommendation report is in process to be submitted to Energy Safety. We are expecting to collect valuable inputs from all of you today and tomorrow for this report. And that report supporting materials may be used for the CPUC climate adaptation proceeding. However, the details of that approach remain to be determined at this point. We are really excited to kick off this broader collaboration through today's public workshop. This information-packed 2 days is intended to bring all stakeholders on the same page so that we can engage and develop stakeholder camaraderie for the ultimate success of this project. We'll discuss various subject matters, including but not limiting to local conditions, situational awareness, emergencies and disasters plan, vegetation management, risk modeling, new construction, system hardening, grid operations and protocols, undergrounding, asset maintenance and inspections, additional safety practices outside of the utility industry with our wonderful presenters, industry experts, panelists, and other key stakeholders. Presenters will walk us over the background, observations, and discussion points on their respective subject matters. Our distinguished industry panelists will exchange their point of views after each presentation, and public comments will be accepted after the panelist discussion. We are exploring different paths to get to the same destination, which is mitigating the wildfire risk from utilities asset. Without further ado, I pass it to our star MC of the day, Mr. Colin Lang. Colin, take it away. Enjoy the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Chimoy. We will move next to a presentation from Jeff Fuentes, the Division Chief of the Utility Wildfire Mitigation Division at CAL FIRE. Jeff, if I remember correctly, you have your own slide deck, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Colin.
Brianna, go ahead and stop sharing, and Jeff should be able to share his screen.
Let me know when you can see my screen.
And see your desktop.
All right, getting closer then. How about that?
Yes, looks good.
Great. Well, good morning. Firstly, want to thank Energy Safety and Green Grid for the opportunity to be part of today's utility safety recommendations workshop. Like I already mentioned, I also look forward to hearing some of the discussions from the public, board members, IOUs, other stakeholders. I think everyone's unique perspectives and experience should make for a good dialogue and help explore areas to kind of shape the future utility safety measures. So as mentioned by Director Thomas Jacobs, I think it's super critical to continue to reassess the electrical utility safety requirements in the face of increasing wildfire risks attributed to climate change and utility related ignitions, with that ultimate goal of creating safer, more resilient fire adaptive communities. So my plan today was to provide some general background on CAL FIRE's responsibility area for fire protection and fire prevention, cover some of the utility related ignition trends and drivers to kind of just for some background for conversations and discussions, and then cover a couple of the public resource codes that we enforce and talk a little bit more about when and what circumstances those apply. So I'll start here. CAL FIRE, has primary emergency response, is the primary emergency response agency responsible for fire suppression and fire prevention in what's called state responsibility area, also known as SRA, which is a little over 31 million acres. It roughly equates to about a third of the state. You can see those SRA lands depicted here on the slide in yellow. The other 2/3 of the state are split between the federal responsibility areas and the local responsibility areas. And those areas, fire protection is done by federal agencies and local government fire agencies. So, SRA is, up and down the state. It covers, portions of 56 of the 58 counties in California. You can see here that the SRA lands intersect with portions of all of the IOUs and small multi-jurisdictional utilities. And then when you look at the publicly owned and cooperative utilities, over 30 of those also intersect with the state responsibility areas. So there's many utilities out there, big and small, whether IOU or POU, that have assets which all can serve as potential ignition sources for wildland fires across the state. And these are looking at those in SRA. So you're probably wondering why I'm giving you all this background. And the reason is there's some public resource codes that we enforce that apply in these yellow SRA areas that I'll get into in some upcoming slides. So what I do want to also mention, I think it's important, is that CAL FIRE responds to wildland fires that originate from many different ignition sources in the SRA. It's not just utility specific cause fires. When you look at the statistics over the years, 10% of wildland fires on average we respond to are caused by electrical power. So there's other ignition sources that we more commonly see, whether it's escape debris burns or equipment caused lawnmower fires, vehicle fires, and things of that nature. However, the big difference with the electrical power caused ignitions is they've resulted in some of the largest, the most destructive, and the deadliest fires in California history. So you can see on the slide, 6 of the top 10 most destructive fires, 3 of the top largest and deadliest fires, all were attributed to utility related ignitions. And this is partly because the same weather conditions that typically contribute to these fires also help contribute to rapid wildfire spread. California, The strong winds often coincide with high temperatures, low relative humidities, low fuel moistures. And you couple that with drought conditions and add in some complex terrain, and it's a recipe for some extreme fire behavior. The next couple of slides, we'll look at some ignition trends and drivers for utility-related ignitions. And so this particular slide is looking at the large IOU ignitions that occurred in state responsibility area, SRA, over the last 8 years, 2014 through 2022. These ignitions are those that are required to be reported by the IOUs to the CPUC annually for, I think it says for self-propagating fires that spread outside utility assets and travels more than 1 linear meter from its point of origin. So the map on the left is showing the service territories of the 3 IOUs and kind of geo-referencing the locations where the reported ignitions fell within the boundaries of SRA. On the right side, we have a breakdown of utility-related ignitions each year since 2014. And, as the data shows, and we all know 2017 was exceptionally active year marked by significant utility-related fires. Those 2017 was the Atlas Fire, the Nun Fire, the Redwood, the Cascade, the Thomas, just to name a few. Then 2018 marked the deadliest wildfire in California's history, following another deadly fire in 2019. And then 2020, there was a notable increase, in the ignitions in the SRA. So it's important to highlight that all these were kind of directly linked to electrical power causes, and the emphasis, really need to emphasize the significance of addressing and reducing these utility-related fires. So, you're kind of further breaking up the ignitions. Contact from object accounts for 60% of the ignitions. You can see there on the left a breakdown of some of the, contact by object drivers, vegetation, animals, vehicles, mylar balloons. It's not surprising to probably anyone here that vegetation is the leading driver of all the ignitions over the past 8 years, and it's responsible for more than a third of all of them, at 36% in SRA. This speaks to the importance of addressing vegetation management and why it's becomes crucial in mitigating the risk of these utility-related fires. Trees pose a variety of risks, to energized power lines. Hazard trees that are tall enough to strike the power lines, broken tree branches, vegetation grow-ins, fallen hazards, palm fronds like that's on the slide there that, can act like a kite in the wind. This is why, thorough inspections of trees and vegetation by qualified inspectors who are properly equipped, properly trained, possess the knowledge and skill set to assess the likelihood of impacts and failures is so important. Including the assessment of all sizes of trees for defects, looking at factors, the non-existent list of, that how tall the tree is, the path, the lean, on-site conditions, root defects, deformities, codominant tops, dead or broken tops, having that good working knowledge of tree species and their failure patterns, and the prompt identification and removal of hazards, whether through, regular trimming, and, maintaining those adequate clearances. And that's really essential in reducing the risk of these vegetation-related fires. Animal contact poses unique hazards to power lines as well, and requires special measures for mitigations. Several unfortunate examples on the slide here, but birds, large birds like that, the one there, that golden eagle on the left, can bridge their wings across power lines when taking off or landing, resulting in electrocution, short circuits, potentially falling to the ground, igniting dry vegetation. Birds can also create nests and on power line equipment. Even their droppings can accumulate over time on insulators and cause contamination and the risk of flashovers. So, to address these animal-related risks, utilities can use specific mitigations like covering exposed power lines and equipment, whether that's through covered conductor or protective animal coverings, prevent animals, that just prevents the animals making direct contact with those electrified assets. Installing perch guards on cross arms to deter them from roosting. This slide is kind of displaying a couple examples of those. And it's just another thing that can be done to chip away at some of these ignition drivers. Next slide here, is vehicle caused, contact caused ignitions. A collision between vehicles and electrical infrastructure can create several fire hazards and potentially lead to ignitions. The primary hazard being, vehicle versus pole, car poles, they're referred to, potential of, energized power lines falling to the ground, or the conductor slapping together, or taking the whole pole down all the way to the ground, like shown. So, other associated hazards could be low-hanging lines, particularly communication lines, or a third-party line maybe that's at the lowest level that could cross over a roadway on a shared pole. Those can be struck by large vehicles. Could also be a driver of a vehicle caused, but also making sure that those are getting detailed inspections as well, and that those levels are kind of at that adequate required distance to kind of prevent those types of hazards. Understanding that contact from object is responsible for, more than 60% of all the ignitions, 36 of that being vegetation. It's important to highlight that the power line equipment itself, the failures from those is another significant factor, and that it contributes to 29% of the ignitions in the SRA that we see. And that can stem from various issues such as, just damaged power lines, splice failures, damaged insulators, equipment malfunctions, the operation of just certain types of equipment that can create arcs and generate a shower of sparks. On the slide here, you'll see some example of some of those drivers. Vegetation and power line equipment alone contribute to approximately 65% of the ignitions that we see in our area. This is, kind of speaks to the grid hardening and why detailed inspections of power line assets are crucial. And another way utilities can improve their wildfire mitigation is kind of building a comprehensive inventory of all of these installed assets. So I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna quickly get into cover two of the public resource codes that CAL FIRE enforces, and these are applicable in that SRA area that we talked about during fire season. The first one being Public Resources Code 4292, and what that is a requirement for anyone that owns, controls, or operates and maintains power lines over 750 volts, and it's to create a fire break at the base of a pole to reduce the potential of arcs and sparks from equipment igniting the dry vegetation below. The clearance is for any pole that supports a switch, a fuse, a transformer, lightning arrestor, any equipment that we refer to as non-exempt. And those types of equipment can create those arcs and showering sparks during their normal operations. So those types of equipment are in a document that likely folks have seen, the Power Line Fire Prevention Field Guide, and it's all geared around one of these regulations, Public Resource Code 4292. So you can see on the slide that clearance, what it looks like. It's got a 10-foot radial clearance from the outer circumference on the pole, so it's a little over a 20-foot diameter when you add in the diameter of the pole. Extends up to 8 feet, and in that little cylinder space, it requires the removal of flammable material that will, all the flammable materials that would likely cause fire spread. So it's down to bare mineral soil, and so that's removing grass, brush, herbaceous materials. When you get to that 8-foot mark, all the way to the top of the conductor, any vegetation that is dead, diseased, or dying must be removed. So again, the idea is to reduce the risk of an equipment caused ignition and Secondly, that fire break also provides some defensible space for poles in the event of any wildland fire, regardless of the cause. So this code and the next one that I'm going to get into, PRC 4293, are laws, and the California Code of Regulations that are in Title 14 provide some additional details, guidance, and interpretation into those codes. So, you know, when and where they apply. So during fire season in the SRA, different types of equipment that require the clearance, and some exemptions. So I'll get into the next public resource code CAL FIRE enforces, which is called PRC 4293. And this is dealing with a radial clearance around the conductor. And it's very similar to General Order 95, Rule 35. The clearance distances are required are based on voltages and can be anywhere from 4 to 10 feet. You can see there on the slide, kind of the breakdown of those voltages on those clearances. And the radial clearance on the slide there, the example is showing like a distribution circuit with a 4-foot clearance. And I think it's also worth mentioning that these are the minimum requirements. Utilities are typically, you know, are creating wider clearance zones, whether it's to address, you know, species that are growing faster or just to stay in compliance with that minimum standard. So I do want to mention that. The other part of 4293 is to remove hazard trees. So that's any dead tree, old decadent or rotten tree, a tree that's weakened by a disease or decay, and trees or portions thereof that lean towards the line and may contact the line. And so that again, the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, provides further information into PRC 4293. This next slide I wanted to include is to kind of show the boundaries and the differences between SRA and high fire threat districts, and it kind of explain the differences between them. I think sometimes folks aren't unsure; they're a little unsure on, you know, the differences between the land ownership or responsibility, excuse me, and the HFTD, and so I think this could maybe provide a little more clarity on that. So SRA is classified by a law, PRC 4126, and it's basically designated for lands covered by forests or trees capable of producing, you know, timber, brush, and grass. And it's really for fire protection for the state's watershed and the natural resources, and the SRA has nothing to do. It's not looking at fire hazard. That's not what SRA is. It's simply put, it's where CAL FIRE has responsibility for fire suppression. You know, HFTD, now that is looking at areas with a fire hazard and likelihood of ignitions resulting in a fire. So different purposes, the boundaries do differ, and just thought it makes sense to understand that and kind of look also at the overlap of the regulations and where they apply, where they don't apply. And so there's roughly, you know, 41 million acres of HFTD in the state. 48% of those acres intersect with SRA. You know, the other 52% of the HFTD acres are outside of that SRA area. So kind of going back to the regulations where they apply, you know, I do think there is value in kind of exploring more into pole brushing, not just based on, you know, who has fire suppression responsibility, but also, you know, where there is fire hazard areas that should get that clearance at the pole brushing. So I know a lot of the utilities, some of them are starting to brush poles based on their risk assessments, which is good. And so it's kind of extending outside the SRA. But to my knowledge, that's not, you know, something that's required outside of SRA unless it's adopted. So I just wanted to make that clarification before kind of concluding my presentation. But was going to just touch on a few areas I think also worth kind of, you know, maybe exploring based on kind of the ignition drivers we talked about. Obviously, I'm not familiar with all of the regulatory requirements outside of our department with power lines, but some areas maybe to probe into, and that's like requirements that's in fire hazard areas when rebuilding or doing any new construction. That's is that replacing it with fire hardened equipment, using things like covered conductor or exempt equipment, or undergrounding, things that would limit that risk of an ignition. Are animal coverings getting put out on any new infrastructure? It sounds like a lot of the utilities are doing that, but is that something that is required for all utilities in the whole state to, when something is getting rebuilt or there's new construction, it's to a specific standard in fire hazard areas? Is there, when there's poles getting replaced in these, fire hazard areas where, maybe it's a subdivision with limited egress, are they getting replaced with fire resistant poles? Is there good inventory and tracking of power line assets, knowing where specific, assets are installed, the location, the age, or the vintage, maybe the different model types of specific, like subtypes of a type of power line equipment, so that locations are known and can look more granularly at kind of which specific types of equipment are maybe leading to more ignitions than others. Looking at spacing of conductors, any research in distances between conductors, automatic splices, is that something, those can become weak links in the system. Having three or more of those on a phase between splines, is that a type of is that something that should be continuing? Is there, other ways to strengthen that, or other connectors that could be used? So, these are just a few things. I know there's lots to talk about. So I'll kind of stop myself there, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be part of the workshop and look, forward to the discussions.
Thank you for your presentation, Jeff. If you could stop sharing your screen.
I'm trying to do that.
Wherever it is.
That's going to be the harder task, right? Let's see here. Oh, boy.
Awesome. And then Brianna, if you could reshare the main slide deck. Perfect. And we will just move right on along to our first topic of the day, local conditions, presented by Andre Lai.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Andre, and I'm the spatial data analyst here at GreenGrid. I want to kick off the start of today's topics by talking about the ways local conditions shape the design, construction, and maintenance of the electric utility infrastructure. These conditions encompass various environmental, geographical, and climatic factors that are unique to each location. Next slide. Before we get into the details, let's first understand why local conditions matter. The performance and safety of electrical assets can be significantly influenced by these factors. These conditions can vary greatly from one location to another, which would require unique approaches in planning and management for each area. Let's begin with geophysical factors. Geophysical conditions such as mountainous topography, dry soils, and combustible geological elements can enhance the spread of wildfires. When we consider climatic conditions, factors like high temperatures, low precipitation, and high wind speeds can turn vegetation into potential fuel sources. Environmental conditions like certain types of local vegetation and certain wildlife behaviors can exacerbate wildfires. From a demographic perspective, higher population densities, certain land use patterns, and urban development close to forested areas can greatly increase wildfire risk. This can be from various human activities or combustible structures near vegetation. Next slide. Now let's dive into the dynamics of accelerating wildfire spread, specifically climatic and geographical factors. Climatic elements like high temperatures, low humidity, strong winds, and red flag warning days create the perfect conditions for wildfires to thrive and expand. Geographical factors also play a pivotal role. Wind flow can influence the fire's path and speed. Fires move faster uphill due to preheating of the uphill vegetation, and the type and density of the vegetation provide fuel for the fire, affecting its intensity and speed. As you can see in the image on the right, the wind is pushing the fire upslope while the heat from the fire rises and dries out the fuels up ahead. Next slide. Let's talk about the effects of topography on wildfire spread. The Venturi effect, which results from air being funneled through a constricted area, such as a mountain pass or between buildings, can significantly increase wind speed, thus amplifying the spread of wildfires. We see this in the case of local canyon winds, where the compressed air accelerates through any opening in the ridge. Next slide. There are two significant wind phenomena in California, which I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with, and they're called Diablo and Santa Ana winds. Both of these wind types significantly impact local conditions and contribute to increased wildfire risk. The main difference between these two winds lies in their regional occurrence. Diablo winds are found in Northern California, while Santa Ana winds primarily affect Southern California. Both Diablo and Santa Ana winds arise from a similar mix of weather patterns. They originate from high pressure systems over the Great Basin, as you can see marked as an H in a red circle in the image here, and low pressure systems located along the coast. As these winds descend from higher elevations, they warm up and dry through a process called adiabatic heating, which is about 5.5 degrees for every 1,000 feet. This warming and drying effect produces conditions conducive to wildfires, posing substantial challenges for maintaining safety and resilience in our electric infrastructure. Next slide. Now going to the heart of the matter with our observations regarding local conditions. The regulations, specifically GO 95 Rule 31.1, present an opportunity for increased specificity. As it stands, the rule dictates that compliance is met by following accepted good practice for local conditions known at the time, while also considering these conditions in design, construction, and maintenance. However, although local conditions are already taken into account, we can significantly improve our preventative measures by integrating the anticipated impacts of climate change more rigorously. This means not only reacting to current conditions, but also proactively through climate change projections, risk modeling, and enhancing our situational awareness to anticipate extreme conditions. Finally, the adoption of new technologies such as advanced sensors, AI, and remote sensing can provide significant advantages. These technologies have the potential, these technologies have the potential to optimize grid operations, decrease response times to ignition events, and ultimately reduce the risk of major wildfire events, thereby strengthening our overall approach to wildfire mitigation. Now, next slide. So how do we adapt to these changing local conditions? Current strategies include risk assessment, prioritization, system hardening, including undergrounding, setting up microgrids, and initiating public safety power shutoffs, or PSPS. We also have the high fire threat district maps to guide our efforts. Measuring the effectiveness of these strategies through metrics and statistical analysis can be crucial for continuous improvement. Next slide. Embracing technological innovation is another way to improve our response to wildfires. Leveraging advanced sensors, AI, and remote sensing can provide better local awareness, improve the efficiency of operations, and ensure effective resource allocation. These technologies can greatly increase safety and reliability. Monitoring and assessment compliance is another area that could be focused on. Without specificity and standards, it's difficult to enforce compliance. Exploring opportunities for improving this process can ensure consistent adherence to safety and maintenance standards. In conclusion, some of the things that can help mitigate the risk of wildfires require a comprehensive understanding of local conditions, careful planning, and the integration of innovative technologies. Thank you for your time. I'm going to pass this back over to Colin, who will introduce a few of our panelists for this topic.
Thanks, Andre. We will start with our first panelist presentation with Jim Gill from Pacific Gas and Electric.
Thanks, Colin, and thanks, Andre. And thank you to Energy Safety and Green Grid for allowing us the opportunity to participate in this workshop. Like, we're very excited. Very excited about the opportunity.
Jim, we are losing you. You are going in and out and you're frozen.
Excited about the opportunity. But just want to touch on the discussion points.
Sorry, Jim, can you hear me?
Yes.
You are, your reception is going in and out. I might suggest that you perhaps remain off camera and you can save your bandwidth and we'll listen.
I will shut my camera off. Okay. So I wanted to touch briefly on the 3 discussion points. I would say just at a high level, PG&E is in full support of really looking at how we can better and continue to leverage emerging technologies, advanced sensors, AI, machine learning. We're already implementing a number of these different technologies in everything from how we model weather patterns to determine when we're going to implement our EPSS settings to initiating a PSPS event. Our distribution wildfire risk model is looking at where we have the greatest potential for catastrophic wildfire spread, which defines the scope and prioritization of all of our system hardening programs. So we're in full support of leveraging and continuing to expand that and looking at how our potential changes to our general orders and rules could help facilitate better use of that. I would say an area that of caution as it relates to our design standards in making changes, if we get too specific or granular to the local conditions, I want to make sure that any changes that we make to our design criteria are really tied back to the failure modes of our primary assets. When you go back and you look at the major failure modes for our poles and our conductor, a lot of it is wind driven. And we're currently today really calculating our pole loading from extreme, an extreme wind speed category. So if we're going to make any additional local condition criteria, I want to make sure that it's, it'd be great if it could be tied to our failure modes if those changes are effective at actually mitigating equipment failure. Another area of opportunity, I think, for changes to our compliance centers is really how can we better leverage and utilize those new technologies in making our inspections and maintenance processes more efficient. And I'll use as an example, we currently today in GO95, we have a very, what we consider an outdated requirement to install high voltage signs on all of our poles. And I think in this day and age, I think everybody's aware that we have high voltage on our power lines. And so how effective is that requirement? Because that does, from a compliance standpoint, it drives a lot of work related to staying in compliance with that requirement, as well as keeping those signs installed. Just one minor example, I'd say another area of opportunity as it relates to, our joint pole requirements is, ensuring that when a joint pole participant is going to change load or add to the facilities, that they ensure that they conduct the proper pole loading on that facility before installing. Because that does, anytime you add load to an existing structure, you do increase the risk of its potential failure. And I think we could strengthen our rules around ensuring that there's better compliance in that area. And also ensuring that there's a defined timeline that once a joint pole owner transfers the facilities, when we replace a pole, that there's a defined time criteria by which the joint pole owners transfer their facilities over to reduce that potential risk of those temporary facilities, remaining on the structure. And then lastly, I'd say another area of opportunity from my perspective is in the area of our inspections and maintenance requirements. I'd say there's great opportunities to better align our right now we have, I'd say very prescriptive schedules for inspections, 5 years for overhead, 3 years for underground. But is that the right cycle? Is it risk informed? I think there's opportunity to really both leverage sensors and technology and AI and machine learning to really create a more risk informed inspection process and inspection strategy, and then also tie that directly to our maintenance and corrective maintenance strategy, which today is currently very prescriptive. Define timelines based on whether you're in tier 2 or tier 3. I would say there's greater opportunity to get more granular around our wildfire risk, not just keep it strictly to what's in tier 2 and tier 3, and then create risk-informed prioritizations for mitigating our findings so that we can better prioritize what's really truly the highest risk and then methodically plan for stable replacements, which creates for a much more efficient and effective work plan. So with that, I'll pause. I see my counterpart Andy came off on camera, so he may want to comment as well.
Yeah, the only comment I have, Jim, to add to what you said is specifically the requirements that we have with the, the prescriptive requirements of a 6-month and a 12-month in tier 3 and tier 2. That's not kept pace with the risk modeling that has been done, because in some cases we're seeing higher ignition risk in tier 2 than in tier 3. And so, taking a hard look at that and working that on a risk informed basis. And fundamentally, this is, I don't want to address the level 1 tags. These are the tags that are at an extreme risk, both level 1 on the tag issue or the maintenance issue, and then P1 or P2 trees. Those are absolutely in line, and we treat those with the highest priority and get those worked as quickly as possible. It's more the longer lead time items, which is the lower priority tags or the lower priority risks, that we've really got to take a risk informed approach, because as a lot of people know, the grid is getting rebuilt, and the ability to rebuild the grid and optimize that overall rebuild, flexibility when that gets worked is of great importance to everyone from our perspective. So just want to add that, Jim.
Thanks, Andy. All right, I'll turn it back over to you, Colin.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Andy. We will move right along to Paul Roller and Ken Hudnut from Southern California Edison.
All right, thanks, Colin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, awesome. So I'm Paul Roller. I'm the senior manager of the weather services team at SCE. And SCE tries to continue to invest significantly in situational awareness and improving modeling capabilities, because we are witnessing the worsening conditions brought on by climate change. To understand what needs to be done and how to react to these new conditions, the first effort is to really understand how climate change is currently affecting us. So to do that, we have to bolster our situational awareness. And by installing 1,659 weather stations across our territory, we're trying to build that situational awareness. So this actually makes us the largest utility weather network in the country, and one of the largest privately owned weather networks in the country. So as those weather stations give us situational awareness, they're also building a history of data that will help us improve our weather models. And one way we do that is through machine learning capability. So SCE, in partnership with one of our vendors, Atmospheric Data Solutions, we're augmenting forecasting capabilities in those locations with machine learning model technology. And this technology bias corrects the forecast models. Now, this is a statistical model that is doing statistical analysis on that forecast data. And what we found is that we see a 40% increase in accuracy improvement as compared to our control models for case studies tested. One other thing is our fire science team, in conjunction with vendors, analyze our territory yearly to determine the areas of greatest concern in regard to fire risk. This helps us take into account any changes that we may be seeing from climate change. And the results of this analysis informs our posture and preparedness in those areas. As SCE continues to add weather models, we will continue to monitor the accuracy of all those models, and we will actually put the metrics of our weather models online on SCE.com on a yearly basis. We are also asking our vendor to do the same thing. So when we ask them to produce a new weather model, we're asking them to find the accuracy of that, and we won't implement any new weather models unless they're showing an improvement in accuracy. And then finally, we are planning to compare our internal weather models with the public models in the future as well. So climate change also has somewhat of an unexpected effect on land and how it could possibly make seismic activity more destructive. I will hand it over to Ken Hudnut, our seismic expert, to discuss this further.
Thanks, Paul. I'd like to introduce the seismic resiliency theme here in terms of hazards and risks. Earthquakes provide a great example of local conditions because California is earthquake country. USGS and FEMA's new calculation shows 9.6 billion annual loss from earthquakes in California. That is over half of the national total. We know it's not if, it's when a big earthquake will strike. We have no way to know when, where, or size. We do know how to mitigate by seismic retrofitting. So the challenge is to prioritize and balance with affordability. A severe to catastrophic earthquake is being planned for by Cal OES and its partners. Interdependencies between utilities and simultaneous heavy impacts to multiple lifeline infrastructure providers will present challenges during response and recovery. Damaging earthquakes are a low likelihood, high consequence risk. Big events hitting urban areas are fortunately rare. Unfortunately, earthquakes generally strike with no notice. Seismic hazard, however, does not change much with time because the main driving force is plate tectonics and changes very little over long time scales. Using a very accurate network of fixed GPS tracking stations, scientists have shown that plate tectonics are a slow and steady loading process. So the earthquake hazard is both extremely sporadic and quite steady. On the other hand, seismic risk does change with time, which provides an example of the need to adapt to changing local conditions. This is what SCE does on an ongoing basis as we gather new information. By that, we mean that seismic risks increase as people continue to crowd the Pacific Rim. For example, when a magnitude 7.9 earthquake last struck in Southern California, January 9th of 1857, only about 4,000 people lived in Los Angeles. Building bigger cities near faults has increased seismic risk vastly, even though the seismic hazard didn't change. LA has grown to about 12.9 million people, and Southern California now has about 23.9 million, of which Edison provides electricity to about 15 million people across a 50,000 square mile service territory that is bisected by active faults, including the San Andreas Fault. So the highest hazard is along the active major faults, and the risk to lifeline infrastructure is highest where the lifelines cross active fault lines. These intersection points are risk concentrations, as are cities and, for example, port complexes. So seismic risk is inescapable in California, but it certainly can be mitigated and controlled through adopting current codes and new construction and through retrofitting of existing buildings and mitigating other assets too, such as substations and transmission structures. We know what to do, but we need resources to do the work, and we need to efficiently prioritize the work. With that, I'd like to just end my prepared remarks and allow for panel discussion.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Ken, for your remarks. If there is desired discussion between the panelists who have presented, I am very much open to that. Otherwise, I will open it up to the entire group for comments and points of discussion. I'm going to put the directions in the chat once again. If you would like to contribute to this discussion on local conditions, or make a comment about local conditions, please raise your hand and we will unmute you in order of raised hands. If you are a dial-in participant, you can also press #2 to raise your hand and contribute.
We have a raised hand from Karina Griffiths.
Wonderful. Karina, I think you should be able to unmute yourself now. Please, when you do speak, please say your affiliation. Karina, you were unmuted there for a moment, but we could not hear you. You are muted again. Karina, unfortunately, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you.
Colin? I just wanted to say I made a mistake. I was intending to toss back to Paul to talk about new technologies and situational awareness a bit more. So we did have some additional prepared remarks. So if there's an opportunity to wedge that back in here, sorry about interrupting the flow.
No worries at all. I think while perhaps Karina gets adjusted and perhaps fixes her mic, Paul, you are more than welcome to continue your prepared remarks.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thanks, Ken, for the pass back. So as far as new technologies, SE continues to be on the cutting edge of technology by incorporating new and vetted ideas and techniques into our operations, such as machine learning, drones, and advanced sensors and tools. We do this because we know climate change is making weather more extreme. When we retrain our machine learning models yearly, this helps us capture these climate changes. So if we had an extreme event this year, next year when we train our models, that event will be captured and also help retrain that model. In the case of drones, we are flying them to investigate vegetation conditions and use them for pole inspections and to help with restoration of lines. One other way we're staying in the forefront of technology is by having multiple partnerships with academic entities to explore new tools and technologies. So for example, with the University of California, Santa Barbara, we have worked with them to create a tool that for SE that will enhance real-time situational awareness, leveraging our weather station networks. And we also evaluated a new very short-term forecasting tool. In addition to that, we are working with them and our partners, Alert California, to begin to utilize AI technology and some high definition fire camera imagery to enhance ignition awareness. With the University of Colorado, we are working to analyze vegetation regrowth using remote sensing. With the University of San Diego and Scripps, we are working with them on fire confirmation technology, LiDAR of high fire risk areas, and even working on trying to incorporate a super weather model ensemble that has over 200 members. With San Jose State University, we are working with them to deploy atmospheric profilers during Santa Ana events to help study them better. Now I'll let Ken and his team talk about how his team is exploring building new technologies in their area as well.
I'll keep it brief, Colin, because I see there's a hand up, but I'll do this in just 1 minute. So on earthquakes, SCE continues to be an early adopter and innovator among utilities on the application of new technologies. And we have several recent examples I could speak to in more detail if there's interest during question and answer. Right now, Edison hosts approximately 50 high-quality seismic sensors at substations primarily. These are operated by Caltech as part of the Southern California Seismic Network, which is part of the statewide network that Cal OES supports. And so I could speak in greater detail there. We're starting a new project on that. We are also an early adopter of the Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning System. We've been encouraging employees to install the free MyShake app, which has also been on message with Cal OES and hoping for widespread uptake of usage of that app. And that includes, we're encouraging our employees to do so. That helps people to get some heads up time and take self-protective action like drop, cover, and hold on just a little quicker in case of a big earthquake. We're also piloting and testing third-party equipment that's capable of delivering that Shake Alert early warning message in our buildings through existing public announcement, intercom type systems, and so forth. Then finally, we have developed use cases for remote sensing, either by satellite imagery or by airborne imagery, a variety of possibilities there. And we've been going through a series of meetings with third-party innovators, and we're through that process able to keep a pace of rapidly evolving technology in that arena. Our main use cases are for rapid damage assessment of large numbers of impacted assets in the event of a catastrophic earthquake. with that, I'd like to back to you for getting into the question and answer.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Paul. I want to go to the first raised hand I saw, which was board member Chris Porter of the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. Chris, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Colin. So the question here is, with the new situational awareness and definitely the weather pattern profiles that have been stored and the drones, is that informing both PG&E and Southern California Edison on new paths, right, that ultimately limit the effect of a inadvertent ignition or the ignition itself, the profiling of new builds, because ultimately, as we head towards a more carbon neutral grid and generation, there's going to be more transmission built. Are you taking that data collected and utilizing it to inform the utility and its planning for the future?
I can start with SCE. As far as using weather stations, I definitely think that is the case. We're trying to model where we put the weather stations to be in like the most windiest areas, but sometimes they're even more windy than we had expected. So that will inform how we go around hardening the system. So if we see an area that's windier than we expect it to be, we'll try to go look at that and see if we can harden that faster.
Yeah, I'll speak on the PG&E side to answer that question. On the PG&E side, similar to SCE, we have, we've got 1,400 weather stations, not as many as the 1,600 that SCE has, but we're catching up. We've got 1,400 weather stations, and we collect that data that informs two types of risk models. One is the operational risk models that provide really the guidance on how do you operate the grid every day, and that gets incorporated actually every day as fresh information comes in, literally from the prior 24-hour period. That information also flows into the long-term planning models, and those long-term planning models is the example that Jim Gill, my counterpart, provided and said is that gives direction as to where you will rebuild the grid, where will you harden it, the locations. It provides that guidance in there from what are we seeing from the weather stations that translates into outages or probability of outages and thus probability of ignitions. So that gets incorporated every year as we reincorporate new data that has gathered over the prior 12 months over the period. We do have to test those and basically train those machine learning models. So that's why it takes that cycle. But we're looking at that for the long term, and that's the intent. But that's what ties back to the point that we were making earlier. We have these much more sophisticated risk models today that we did not have in 2017 and 2019, and they are improving rapidly given the density of weather stations and the advancements in machine learning and artificial intelligence. With that, we think it's much better for us to really target the local areas that need the work more urgently than others. And that's hence when you talk about the regulations, where the broad brush strokes of tier 3 and tier 2 start to lose meaning a little bit. Not saying that it's not valid, those are definitely the areas within, but even within those areas, you can prioritize further, and the regulation flexibility would help us do this. Chief Fuentes has a great map when he shows the ignition density, right? But we should look at that ignition density in, let's say, 2022 and 21 and 22, because what you're seeing both on the Southern California Edison side, the San Diego Gas and Electric side, and on the PG&E side, is that those number of ignitions is dropping. And so with its dropping, it means we're having an effect. How do we make sure that we do the work where we would expect to see ignitions in the future and prevent those as quickly as we can, and get the flexibility in the regulation for us to do that based on the data that's being gathered both from the the technologies in play, the weather stations, the sensors, as well as the events that have happened that are telling us where danger is going to occur. So that's kind of the comments that I wanted to make before I put my hand up.
Thank you.
If I can add one other piece on this, and I think,
Andy.
sorry, I'm on. Yeah. The one other piece that I want to mention is we recently did with OEIS's guidance the safety culture assessment. Right, we do that. We're in the middle of that that survey right now, and where this intersects with the regulations a little bit is the fact that we're facing a fair degree of hostility from customers when we're coming back to those locations at the same time. Now, we know we come back then when we do the inspections, right? Because we're trying to inspect more frequently, both on the vegetation side and on the equipment side. And then when we've got to mitigate the vegetation, we run into challenges on that piece. The reason I bring this up is when you think about the maintenance, it's preferable if we go to that location once and do that work, because there's less hostility to the customer, there's less downtime that the customer would feel in terms of reliability, but it requires us. This is kind of why I'm hinting at that 6-month and 12-month requirement in tier 3 and tier 2. Part of it is forcing us to go back and touch those customers multiple times, because you do have to act on that tag as best you can. So flexibility on the level 2 tags. I really want to stress this is the level 2 tags. The level 1s, whatever happens, we do. And we make sure that that risk is mitigated quickly. Colin, that's it. Back to you.
Thank you, Andy. And great question, Chris. I see a hand from Katie Morsoni of Turn. Go ahead, Katie.
Hi, yes. I just wanted, sorry, trying to turn my video on too. I was just hoping that Mr. Branches could clarify. I'm not sure I connected the dots. So if you're wanting to touch the customer less, is the idea that you should be inspecting and remediating at the same time, or that there should be greater time between the inspection and the remediation if it's not a tier 1 tag, or sorry, a level 1 tag?
Yeah, if it's not a level 1 tag, a level 1 tag is something that we think is imminent danger, so we go mitigate right away. If it's not a level 1 tag, it's a level 2 tag. And there's currently a requirement that on a level 2 tag, in tier 3, you remediate that within 6 months. And on a level 2, on a tier 2, there's the requirement that you remediate that within 12 months. Now, that is based on the fact that the risk profile in tier 2 was anticipated to be less than the risk profile in tier 3. Our risk models are telling us that there are some situations that even a tag in tier 2 has a higher risk profile than 1. So the flexibility to where to work is needed. But given that these are level 2 tags, right? And given the fact that we're rebuilding the grid, I know there's, Southern California is doing it with overhead conductor. PG&E has felt very strongly we need to do it with undergrounding. But if we're going to rebuild that grid over there, giving that flexibility so that you don't go there and repair the tag and then come there a year or 2 years later and rebuild that, because that is not only interruptions for customers, but that's also wasted resources on our side, as well as additional costs that effectively gets then passed on to customers and ratepayers. And we want to be cognizant of all those factors. Now, we wouldn't suggest something like that unless we had protections in place that provide you that risk mitigation in the short term. And on PG&E's side, we do have a risk mitigation that has proved very effective, which is EPSS, that has proved effective in taking the wildfire risk down significantly. And so since we have that, our thought is open up the envelope so that you can bundle those with existing rebuild projects that are planned in the near term, a year, maybe 2 years, and therefore mitigate the need to mitigate or remove that need to try and attack it, because then you're chasing it and you can't bundle work, you can't do a lot of things, which not only has the customer impact, it also has the cost impact in a different way.
And just for my recollection, can you remind me of what types of issues are usually level 2 tags?
Let me ask Jim Gill. Jim Gill is our senior director for asset management on the distribution side, and is probably, while I know it, I think Jim is better positioned to answer. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Andy, and thanks, Katie, for the question. So level 2 is a very broad category, and if you look even in GO 95 under Appendix I for level 2 and level 3 condition examples, they virtually will give a lot of the same examples in both. So it can be anything from a cracked or broken pole, a leaning pole, partial deterioration, conductor issues, guy wire issues, and it's all dependent upon the condition. I think what Andy's alluding to, and what in terms of rather than having a more or less a binary 6-month in tier 3 and 12-month in tier 2, it's being able to better leverage our risk modeling so that you could, one, highlight and prioritize those conditions in tier 2 and tier 3 or in our high fire threat, which really truly we need to go chase after, because there are going to be some conditions where we may want to get it addressed within 3 months or 2 months, depending on the level of severity of deterioration found. But we also want to have the ability where we feel that the probability of failure is not within that 6 or 12-month criteria, to better able to bundle the pole replacements on a circuit or the conductor replacement on a circuit and execute that and minimize the impact to the customer. Because as it sits today, everything that we identify in that level 2 category bucket or level in tier 2 and tier 3, we have to go and execute it within that 6-month time frame that we find it. So it takes away from the efficiencies and the ability to better risk prioritize within that level 2 criterion.
I appreciate the clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, we still have a bit more time for this session. I see a hand raised from Henry Sweat of the CPUC. We could go ahead and get him mic access.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My question is related to the question about winds that I heard from PG&E. And right now, I'm sure you guys know it's the wind criteria in GO 95 is a horizontal wind pressure, I think is what it is. I forget exactly what the PSF is right now. Other like building codes like ASC 7, like the NESC use wind maps, which are based on a mean recurrence interval of winds. With your guys' vast wind network, weather station network, do you guys think that you have the ability to create a wind map and do specialized design for new structures that is based more on local conditions? Or, what are you guys thinking in that direction? And I think that, same question to SCE. I know you guys have an extensive wind network as well, or weather station network as well. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So we currently today, we have a what we call our system hardening design standard that we follow in tier 2 and tier 3. So we currently today, we will look for and we size to the NESC extreme wind conditions in those areas. So when our engineers and designers go to size these poles, they will look it up based on that criteria. I think it's always possible for us to, and I think one of the great things about this workshop is to really explore how can we evolve and do that even better. So I'd say there's opportunity, but again, want to caution against getting so granular that it creates overly burdensome design criteria at, on a pole by pole basis that could result in significant delay and cost in doing pole replacements, particularly on an emergency basis, or at large scale where we're, as Andy alluded to, where we're rebuilding the grid.
And for RC, pretty much a lot of the same things that PG&E's just discussed. I know we're going to be refreshing a pole loading study that in the next couple of years. That study is probably going to be using a lot of the information that comes from our weather station network and some of the modeling there. But I think my colleagues and subject matter experts that are in the grid hardening section of this panel discussion, I think they're tomorrow morning. I think they're going to go into more details on that.
Okay, I also had a follow-up question. I heard discussion on seismic as well, which is clearly a local condition. Is kind of were you guys bringing that up because you think that 95 or a similar document needs seismic criteria in it? And my general impression is that most of the seismic damage is from liquefaction. So do you guys think that there's kind of additional criteria, foundation criteria needed to start designing for liquefaction or liquefaction maps or something like that? Or what's the kind of how do you guys see this seismic thing that you guys brought up playing into how we design new structures?
I could address that. So my understanding of the process for the workshop was that Office of Energy Safety had approached Edison with a list of possible topics for us to cover under the local conditions. So we responded as we thought was appropriate to the questions. But if we did miss the point, please tell us now and we can adjust on the fly. And we have some prepared remarks regarding the possible nexus between earthquake hazards and climate change. But that's not settled science, and so we didn't make that a prominent part of our prepared remarks. It's been in the news recently. There was an LA Times article, for example, and NASA has posted a feature article regarding global climate change and how could it be related to earthquakes. But as I said, it's not considered settled science.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. And I see a hand up from Zoe Harold of the Green Power Institute. Go ahead, Zoe.
Thanks. Do you have any comments prepared on the nexus of seismic impacts and undergrounding and how that could impact system reliability on a largely undergrounded system?
Well, there are certainly important differences. I'm not prepared to address in any quantitative way differences between overhead or undergrounded infrastructure with regards to seismic hazards. The question that Henry Sweat just raised with regards to liquefaction is one area. Another is ground failures related to landslide. And so when we think about seismic hazards, there are certainly important ground failure modes where induced landslides related to earthquakes, that's a really important consideration. The landslide that just occurred recently in Rolling Hills Estates down in Palos Verdes Peninsula is in an area where our distribution circuit, the 16 kV circuit, is an undergrounded circuit. That's not necessarily better. So I think that when it comes to overhead and relative ease of repairs and identifying issues, that would be an advantage, generally speaking. But this is something where I think it would take a great deal more study to address and analyze and contrast overhead versus underground, taking into account for earthquake and for seismic, that consideration would need to include factors such as shaking, fault surface rupture, potential liquefaction, and potential earthquake-induced landslide, all of the above. And so that would be an interesting study that I'm not aware of any even academic work that gets into that applied area.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Colin, what I wanted to say was to Zoe's question on seismic and undergrounding. We don't have any prepared remarks at this time, but happy to kind of bring a seismic expert from the PG&E team at the end of the second day when I think there's open sections. So we can take that action to do that, to get Zoe's question answered, or deal with that offline and connect Zoe with the right expert on the PG&E side.
Absolutely. I already think, many of these topics, as we all know, overlap. And tomorrow afternoon, we're going to be talking about undergrounding. So maybe we can come back to this topic of seismic activity. We have about 4 minutes left allotted for this topic. And I'm not seeing any more hands, but I will give it just a couple more, just maybe a minute more to see if one last minute question pops up. And if not, we will take our break a little early. As a reminder for all participants, you may use the Q&A feature to comment on any topic, and we will record that as part of the record. And of course, these topics do overlap quite a bit. So if you don't get your comment in on local conditions there, I'm sure there is another opportunity for you throughout this 2-day workshop. And I am not seeing any more hands, so we will go to our 10-minute break now, and we will come back at 11:15. So a little bit more than 10 minutes, 11:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. My clock reads 11:15, so we will continue on with the workshop. Our next topic will be the role of situational awareness in the reduction of wildfire risks. So everyone is aware, we will have two topics and then a joint discussion about those two topics. So we're going to move through two presentations from Green Grid before we have a chance to hear from panelists and open it up for questions and comments from the public. So for the role of situational awareness in the reduction of wildfire risk, I will hand it over to John Alderson and Jennifer Fuller.
Good morning, I'm John Alderson, vegetation management expert with Green Grid Incorporated, and I will be joined today with my colleague Jennifer Fuller, who is our utility management wildfire analyst. Situational awareness is important to almost any business or organization that has a operational element. Particularly in the utility industry, it's important to have very good situational awareness when we have storms, winds, heat, and low fuel moisture predicted. You need to know what has happened in similar situations in the past, what is happening now, and what is expected to happen next. You need to plan for all foreseeable threats and expect the unexpected. But if you have proactively planned for your foreseeable threats, it's easier to switch and adapt to the unexpected next. It's very important to train your personnel thoroughly on how to use your communication equipment, your radios, that everybody has the call numbers and phone numbers that they need to contact the people they need to communicate with. And it's important that everybody knows who is going to analyze the information that's coming in, who's going to decide, and who that information needs to be communicated to in an efficient and effective flow of information. It's also very helpful to have people in the field who can validate or refute reports that you're receiving. Next. Industry practices include advanced weather modeling and fire threat forecasting, which can be performed in-house or contracted out. In the area of asset data, we have relatively good information in most situations in that we know which equipment is generating the ignitions in the vegetation underneath that equipment. In the area of vegetation, we need more comprehensive information. Than the best we have in most situations is that we know that vegetation is contacting a conductor. And having said that, I'm going to hand this over to Jennifer Fuller.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fuller, Utility, Vegetation, and Wildfire Analyst here at Green Grid, and I will be continuing with some discussion points. It is imperative to be aware of the situations that may present themselves in our environment and our surrounding circumstances, such as weather. Weather is a dynamic threat to utility services and can influence ignition risks. Weather predictive tools assist in planning for ignition events. It is important to understand what threats the current weather poses, what changes are expected, and the threats posed by those changes. And consider how we plan to respond, who's going to capture, analyze, decide, and communicate this information. There is a close link between weather conditions and moisture content in vegetation. Preceding weather conditions, fuel types, and both live and dead fuel moisture contents are assessed to determine the daily fire danger level on any given day. Utilizing the best weather forecasting tools and real-world monitoring will contribute to our overall situational awareness of wildfire risk assessments, so we can plan for any ignition event. Next slide, please. By incorporating situational awareness, we can best inform and implement efforts to prevent future ignitions. It is necessary to obtain a history of past ignitions, documenting the circumstances around the events, including the detailed data for the when, where, and why of all ignitions. In addition to conducting quality and thorough investigations in the field, smart cameras, weather stations, and continuous line sensors help achieve this level of comprehensive data collection. And in this current wildfire climate, we must hold a high confidence level in the data to have a higher success rate at reducing ignitions. Thank you. Now, our last discussion point, remote sensing technologies. There are various types of remote sensing tools. They all can facilitate timely reports of ignitions in hard to access or hard to observe locations, overcoming geographical constraints and improving our situational awareness. These rapid responses are critical when minutes can make a difference. Remote weather stations assist in reporting real-time data in remote areas, and that can be critical in detecting ignitions and deploying suppression efforts. Real-time weather-related data can help determine the threat level of ignitions, increasing safety and reliability of service territories. It is important to be aware of the various situations and circumstances surrounding us and all potential outcomes, and we must plan accordingly. Situational awareness in all areas of operations and environments can significantly decrease the likelihood of a catastrophic outcome. Situational awareness is a part of a healthy safety culture. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation on situational awareness, and I will now turn your attention to my colleague Rebecca to discuss our next topic.
Take it away, Rebecca.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Trotter. I am the environmental scientist for GGI. Today, I'll be discussing emergencies and disaster. Next slide, please. Emergency and disaster preparedness is crucial in saving lives, minimizing damage and enhancing community resilience, and promoting a safer and more secure environment. It involves developing plans and implementing strategy to minimize natural and man-made disaster. It is important that we recognize the significance of being prepared for emergency and disasters. These events can have potential to disrupt lives, devastate communities, and cause immeasurable harm. By understanding the reasons why emergency and disaster preparedness is important, we equip ourselves with the knowledge and tools necessary to mitigate the impact. It is crucial to saving lives, enhancing community resilience, and promoting a safer and more secure environment. Next slide, please. Observations. Existing regulation is issued by the California Public Utilities Commission. It has established rules and standards for utilities to have a proper procedure, resources, and coordination and mechanism in place in case of emergency and/or disaster. Existing regulations are mutual assistant and conducting annual emergency training and exercises. Opportunities for specificity, incorporating wildfire emergency management protocol, evacuation procedures in high fire threat and high fire risk areas, and monthly training and drills. Next slide, please. Discussion 1. Wildfires are unpredictable forces of nature. They can spread rapidly, driven by winds and fueled by dry vegetation, engulfing vast areas within minutes. In such a situation, time becomes a precious commodity, and the ability to evacuate efficiently is crucial. Zones and routes allow residents to act swiftly, making an informed decision and moving towards safety without confusion or delay. Evacuation zones and routes serves as a lifeline during wildfires, meticulously designed pathways that guide us away from wildfires and towards safety. Predetermined zones and routes allow us to make swift and informed decisions that can mean the difference between life and death. When people are well informed about the designated pathways, they can evacuate in an orderly manner, reducing the risk of stampedes and ensuring a smooth flow of traffic. By knowing where to go and how to get there, individuals can act with clarity and purpose, thus minimizing the chances of accidents or further harm. These evacuation zones and routes can be strategically chosen to provide the most efficient, safe means of escape, considering factors such as distance, infrastructure, traffic patterns, and access to essential services like evacuation centers, which displaced residents can seek temporary accommodation, food, water, and medical assistance, and transportation assistance for the elderly, individuals with disabilities, or individuals with access to without access to private transportation. In addition to providing a clear path to safety, evacuation zones and routes enable emergency responders to access affected areas more efficiently. Having a well-defined evacuation route is important when dealing with wildfires. By understanding and adhering to these designated routes, we can make an informed decision and help save lives. Next slide, please. The last discussion point is there are existing practices such as frequency and level of training and learning from past events. However, increasing the depth and frequency of drills and training provides us with the opportunity to understand the nature of wildfires and their potential impact. By learning about the behavior of fires, the factors that contribute to their speed, and the challenges faced by firefighters, we can increase our awareness and gain a deeper appreciation of the seriousness of the disaster. This knowledge serves as a foundation for developing appropriate strategy and taking necessary precautions to safeguard our lives. Increasing training and emergency response drill enable us to develop critical skills and competencies that are essential in wildfire situation. These drills allow us to practice evacuation procedures, firefighting techniques, and communication protocols, and ensuring that we're prepared to act swiftly and effectively during an actual fire. Through hands-on collaborative tabletop exercise and simulation, we can understand the importance of teamwork and coordination. Working together and conducting joint training session, we can enhance coordination, communication, resource allocation during wildfire events. These exercises serve as a platform for sharing best practices, engaging knowledge, and building relationships that are crucial for effective disaster response. By engaging in regular exercises, we become more familiar with procedures, have learning opportunities from these training enhancement and protocols necessary to respond to wildfire. This familiarity helps reduce panic and anxiety during our real-life emergencies. By frequently having collaborative exercise simulation, we can aim to build a proactive and well-coordinated approach to wildfire response, ensuring the safety of personnel, minimizing damage, and increase our awareness. Training and drills equip us with the knowledge, skills, and confidence needed to reduce wildfire impacts. Thank you, and I'll be handing it over to Colin.
Thank you, Rebecca. We'll now move into the panel presentation and public comment discussion. We have quite a few panelists for this topic, for this joint topic. So just as a reminder to each of you, you have been allotted 5 minutes for your prepared remarks. We will start with Andrew Swisher and Tom Jacobus of Southern California Edison.
Thank you. Just a sound check. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Tom Jacobus. I'm a principal manager in Southern California Edison's Business Resiliency Organization, where I have responsibility for our training and exercise program, as well as I am more of a servant leader for our fire management or fire science and meteorology programs, which means I am not a fire scientist or a meteorologist, but I have a responsibility for both of those programs and serving as a champion for those within the company. So thank you. It's great to be here today to speak with you all. I'm catching an echo. In terms of situation awareness,
it's echoing off of you.
What's that?
Chris, could you mute yourself? It's echoing off of your computer.
Oh. Sorry, Tom.
That's okay. In terms of situation awareness, the way SCE thinks about it, it's very much how it was described previously in the slides. But we also think a little bit more broadly about it. So yes, it includes things like understanding the history in our service territory for fire and fire behavior, the different weather patterns, previous fires that have occurred, fuel buildup, the types of fuels, the fuel moisture, wind speeds, being able to recognize the patterns in near real time or real time, but also understanding the attributes of how our electric system is configured at any given time or in the run up to a public safety power shutoff event, and having trained people that are capable of acting on the information, the gobs of information that they're exposed to, and having it organized into dashboards so that they are capable of understanding how these various data products drive decision making, as well as having them trained up in their emergency management protocols. So it's been a tremendous effort over the last several years to do that. You heard about the weather stations that we have out there and the different sensors that we're able to aggregate in from the previous group this morning. So I'm not going to repeat that. Let's see, where was I going to go next? Fuel moisture is one of the most important inputs into assessing fire potential, which is why SCE, we depend on what the public sector does for fuel sampling, but we also do fuel sampling at 15 different locations. We have our own program to do that, to get into areas where we think we need more granular information. So understanding the big picture is incredibly important from a weather standpoint and what patterns we're seeing. One of the investments that we've made recently is a modeling technique called self-organizing maps, which aid our meteorologists in recognizing weather patterns that could be troublesome, and then getting down, so that's big picture, and then getting down to the more granular level with the machine learning, again, that you heard, may have heard on the previous panel, where we're able to really harvest the information that we're getting from these weather stations and apply it going forward to have a more accurate picture of what's occurring out there, as well as also learning from people on the ground, the boots on the ground, the troublemen that we have out during PSPS events, and informing decisions that are made. So it's just incredibly important. On the remote sensing side, we're using satellite technology, social media, our cameras that we have on mountaintops to inform, decisions that are being made, to direct our operations. So, from 2019 to present, it really is just an incredible leap forward that we've made, and still plenty of room for improvement. Is always the biggest room in the house, plenty of room to improve going forward. And the last thing I'd just mention is on the emergency management side, SCE's had a pretty robust emergency management program for the last 10 years, utilizing the same public sector frameworks and protocols and procedures that are used by fire agencies, by the state, to help us more seamlessly communicate and fold into operations. So it's just been an incredible benefit for us. So I'm going to pause and see if Andrew Swisher has anything to add.
Nothing to add at the moment, Tom. We'll maybe kick it back to Colin unless you have other things to discuss.
I could go on for the next hour about this topic, but as an act of humanity and as an act of respect, I'm not going to.
We appreciate that, Tom, and thank you. I will now pass the mic to Chris Arentz from San Diego Gas and Electric.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I couldn't get a photo of Coronado Bridge, so here I am in San Francisco today, but thank you. I really appreciate Tom's framing of this problem. And if you look back at San Diego Gas and Electric's first wildfire mitigation plan, and I'm going to guess here, I think it was like 50 pages. It's over 1,000 pages now, and is that due to in any kind of data requests or inclusion of information that we're not providing. No, it's because we've evolved this program for over 10 years to become one of the most comprehensive programs in wildfire mitigation in the country. We started out with 1 meteorologist in 2010. We now have 6 meteorologists because we realized that this is a pretty daunting challenge. Even though we have only 4,000 square miles compared to 50,000 at SCE and over 70,000 at PG&E, we realized this is a problem that requires all hands on deck. So with the 6 meteorologists, we have all our degrees. We have 3 that have master's degrees, 1 with a PhD. And with that, we're constantly trying to improve the tools we have, the training we have. We constantly exercise with emergency management. With the weather stations collecting over 30,000 observations a day, we're doing that for over 10 years. That really helps us when it comes to PSPS in terms of defining thresholds as to when we should start thinking about securing power. But not only that, we've advanced in areas where instead of reporting every 10 minutes, we now have stations, 95% of our stations report every 30 seconds. And that helps us to look at the wind data coming in and understand, can we leave the power on longer? Can we that's our job really in meteorology is, when is the last, how far can we push this to secure the power at the very last moment, keep our customers on, keep them enjoying life with the power that they have. So all these tools really help us to characterize the environment, to understand the threat as it's coming. We have several indices that we use to characterize the environment. We have our fire potential index, as do the other utilities. Really helps us understand, does the environment support fire? And if it does support fire, are we going to operate the grid differently? Yes. Are we going to operate in the field differently with our qualified electrical workers? Yes, of course. So these things help us to really operate safely in a high fire threat district. California notoriously has fires every year, and we have to prepare for that. So what are we doing in terms of advancing the science? So we have a 1,000-page WMP. What's in there from situational awareness? Well, I can tell you, we've done a lot in the last 10 years. We have the most advanced fire behavior modeling software, also does a risk analysis of our terrain, ingests fuels, ingests weather, gives us an idea of where those trouble spots are going to be in October, November, so we can prepare, we can plan. We have an enhanced fuel moisture program. We are doing fuel moisture sampling similar to our friends up north, trying to understand the fuels, which really is the Achilles heel to understanding fire behavior. The weather stuff we've pretty much nailed down. We've got really good weather models down to 2 kilometers, some of them even lower than that. We're really good at understanding the threat in terms of weather. It's characterizing the fuels environment, understand the burnability that we're really constantly working on to improve and move forward. And one of the things we've done too is we work with a private vendor. They have low Earth orbit satellites, and they are constantly imaging San Diego Gas Electric territory on a weekly basis to characterize the level of chlorophyll in our grasses. So during those shoulder seasons, we really want to know, are those grasses fully cured out? Do they have some fuel moisture in them to retain that helps prevent those fires from spreading? We also have a lot of partnerships with academia. We work with Scripps Institute of Oceanography. They run a 200-member ensemble, which basically says a 200 other models looking at the same problem. We have our own, but this supercomputer at Scripps allows for a much higher computational load, and it helps us characterize Santa Ana's in terms of strength and intensity. And that's a partnership we started last year. We're also working with University of Wisconsin, and I know that friends up north as well are doing this. They have the most advanced wildfire burning algorithm. Takes data from GOES satellites, which are the stationary satellites above the West Coast, and they're able to provide hotspot information in less than 5 minutes at a 2-kilometer resolution, and that's fantastic. So that alone is great situational awareness. But we also have all those mountaintop cameras people are talking about, and we use those video feeds to run them through an AI algorithm that does automatic AI smoke detection, and it actually works really well. And I didn't think it would because I thought the clouds of the marine layer would set off these smoke detection alerts. They don't. It's a very, very well-tested program. So in conjunction with satellite alerts and the smoke detection, we have very good situational awareness. And with that, that pretty much covers what we're doing in San Diego, but we're not satisfied. We're constantly pushing the needle. We're constantly looking for more partnerships with academia, looking at research and development opportunities, and just taking this very seriously and working with PG and SCE to help characterize the environment and really understand when the environment supports fire, how are we going to operate differently? Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll move on to our next panelist, Megan Samaji, who's representing the Joint Local Governments.
Hello. Thank you. So the Joint Local Government Coalition is currently comprised of the counties of Marin, Napa, San Luis Obispo, and Sonoma, and the city of Santa Rosa. Our group has been heavily involved in the creation of the Wildfire Mitigation Plan framework and the Public Safety Power Shutoff framework, specifically from the viewpoint of local emergency management. And our main point of feedback for, really this entire workshop, and specifically the two discussion points for the emergency and disaster preparedness topic, is that it's not enough to simply have the regulations. The regulations are important, but regulators have to actually look at how the utilities are implementing the existing emergency management and response focused regulations, and they have to require the utilities to make changes to their actual practices based on the ground feedback from local and state emergency response agencies. Right, from broadly, the requirements that under General Order 166, under the Wildfire Mitigation Plan, under the PSPS framework, on paper provide most of the basic regulations that we would believe need to exist in order for the utilities to create effective emergency response programs. And we believe that the assumption underlying those regulations was that the utilities would implement the requirements in a reasonable and effective way. But what we have seen is that that has not happened across the board, and that we are not seeing from the regulatory agencies what we would consider to be robust enough oversight and then direction to make changes. Because our members are entirely located in PG&E service territory, our on-the-ground experiences and examples that I'm going to be giving are focused on PG&E, but these principles are broadly applicable to all of the electric utilities. And a prime example of the practical gap between a regulation and how it's actually implemented is the tabletop exercises for PSPS preparedness. Green Grid emphasized collaborative tabletop exercises and simulations as an important tool to improve emergency preparedness. We could not agree more, and we really want to emphasize that the key word there is collaborative. So under the Commission's PSPS regulations, the utilities are all required to hold tabletop exercises. And a tabletop, it's a classroom type exercise. It focuses on talking through procedures, troubleshooting problems and failure points, and facilitating better understanding both of internal as well as other agencies' procedures and operations. It's an incredibly valuable tool when done correctly. What PG&E has done is has held a single entire service territory wide tabletop exercise, which focuses on PG&E's internal operations. Now that, in our view, does not rise to the actual definition of a tabletop exercise, but more importantly, it is not in any way useful for our emergency managers to improve the on-the-ground communications and coordinations when you are actually in an emergency event. It simply does not do that. We understand that Southern California Edison and SDG&E have also this year held a single PSPS tabletop exercise. I'll just note that SDG&E is generally viewed in emergency management circles as the utility gold standard. They do have a one county service territory essentially, and that has really allowed them over the years to have a fantastic working hands-on relationship. That relationship is scalable to the larger utilities, simply because it absolutely has to be. This doesn't function any other way. And an example of how we have seen the plan on paper really break down in practice when you're looking at utility emergency management planning at larger scale is that one of the largest implementation shortfalls that we are seeing is coordination, communication, and information sharing from the utility in an emergency event, right? And shortcomings in this area implement real-time implementation of evacuation, of transportation of vulnerable individuals, and of general response and management of these emergency events. It is critical that the utilities have a well-informed liaison with some level of decision-making authority embedded in the city or county emergency operations center, the EOC. And to make that happen, that requires that the utilities emergency response program be set up to provide accurate and timely information, to be adequately staffed, and to actually give these EOC liaisons the authority to make decisions in response to real-time development in the fields. We have, over the course of many years in multiple disaster response contexts, seen extremely imperfect execution of that principle from PG&E. Some examples: Santa Rosa has observed that it often takes PG&E 12 to 18 hours at the start of an event to deploy a liaison to the local EOC. Marin, Santa Rosa, and other local governments have had difficulty getting a hold of their dedicated PG&E liaisons because that person is on vacation, they are out on personal leave, because they have been deployed to another jurisdiction, or because they're off shift. Marin County also, during the January and the March atmospheric rivers, was repeatedly unable to reach PG&E using the emergency managers only direct dial numbers that they're supposed to call during life safety incidents, which are things like their live power lines trapping people, which occurred in at least one instance. Now, PG&E has committed to Marin County that it's going to improve its staffing levels, which is necessary and which we wholeheartedly support. But understaffing is a critical failure point for effective implementation. Santa Rosa and other of our local governments have received PG&E government relations personnel as an EOC liaison on the occasions when their actual emergency response liaison wasn't available or was deployed elsewhere. And the failure to provide a person who is well-informed, timely informed, and has decision-making authority really hampers the local emergency response, and would be, certainly a key factor in any subsequent improvements that Energy Safety and the Commission choose to make to the regulations, and particularly around the emergency planning and response requirements. And I will stop there. Much like Tom, I could talk about this for hours, but I think I've just about hit my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Megan. I agree. Many of these topics we could probably spend weeks talking about these topics, but perhaps we'll wait until we get to the PUC to do that. I'd now like to open up the floor to public comment and discussion. Members of the public are welcome to raise their hand, and we will unmute you in order of raised hands. Again, if you're on the phone, you can push #2, and that will raise your hand through the phone. And of course, panelists are welcome to ask questions of each other and continue this discussion. At this time, I'm not seeing any raised hands. As I said previously, you are also welcome to use the Q&A feature of Zoom to write in a comment or a question for the panelists. I'm still not seeing any hands raised. We do, oh my goodness, get my bearings here. We do still have about 15 minutes of allotted time. Panelists, I don't know if you have anything additional you would like to say on the discussion points, but you're more than welcome to make additional points.
Hey, Colin, Tom Jacobus here from SCE, and just some comments or questions for Megan. The way Southern California Edison is set up, our liaisons or representatives that we're sending out, they may not be decision makers because we have 185 cities and 15 counties, and we couldn't, in theory, have independent action going on at 100 different locations or even 50 different locations, right, without it being coordinated. So the way it's manifested for us in the past, when we've sent out representatives to LA County's Emergency Operations Center or City of Malibu, or in San Bernardino, in the case of the atmospheric rivers that we experience down here, it's a quick coordination path back to our Emergency Operations Center, and if necessary, getting our incident commander on the phone, who's the authority, to make that quick decision. So it may not be, what we're sending is we're sending somebody that's educated to what the issues are, that can filter back here's the need. Can we align and get this prioritized and get it resolved? So again, I can't speak to the specific issues, but the way that we're organized here is people can send an agency representative to our EOC. We can also send one, and people have done that. Some of our cities, counties have sent people here to monitor, what's occurring, what we're up to feed that back. And it's been effective. And in terms of how the regulations are implemented, one of the challenges that we've had at SCE is getting the feedback, because there are, every other year we're required to go out and hold meetings with every city and county in our service territory to share our plans and to solicit feedback on those plans. And, we hold the meetings. We do try to solicit feedback on those plans, and it has been very minimal. And we're doing it more than just to meet the mail, to meet the letter of the law and the requirement. Yes, we held the meeting, check the box. We've held the meetings. We've gone out to the operational areas, which are the actual counties that have the meetings with all the cities, to have, in a more intimate sort of setting, more informal setting, to solicit feedback. And it's been pretty minimal. It's meeting the requirement in sharing how we're operating, and we've invited them to our drills, but we've not given up. But there are mechanisms in place, and sometimes it is a challenge. And when it comes to PSPS, our cities and counties, look, you're holding another drill. We don't want to, maybe we'll come, but we're really tired of hearing from you, is what we get on the other end.
Sure, Tom, and I appreciate the opportunity to kind of have a more nuanced discussion about this. I'll start with sort of the decision-making authority, because I agree, we're not talking about sort of macro response level, we are going to send X dozen personnel to this particular area, like not necessarily decision making on that level, but what we have experienced in the past trying to get in-event information and resources like backup generators, or can we stand up another CRC real quick, something like that, things like that, is that we have observed that within PG&E's emergency response framework, the dedicated liaisons for the operational areas often are not, they don't have, they're waiting for the information to be packaged in such a way that, somebody has previously decided it has to be packaged before it can be sent out. We have experienced telephone, like that old game telephone, where somebody has to call somebody who has to call somebody who has to call somebody else, just to see if we could maybe possibly get an emergency, a backup generator, because and even if it's not the authority to make the ultimate decision to deploy that resource, or to, provide a very specific piece of information that is not part of sort of, the normal checklist of what gets pushed out into the PSPS portals. We've seen that the EOC liaisons either they don't know who they can call to get that done, or it's not a one phone call transaction, which means you are waiting for potentially hours to get a response to something that you should be able to get much more quickly. And so we're thinking like that level of decision making to actually make the utilities emergency response sort of nimble and reactive to what's actually happening out in the field, because otherwise it is of limited use when you're in the middle of an event. And as far as the local outreach and feedback, I absolutely understand the sort of the difficulty in getting the right bandwidth and the right level of response on the other end. I have in the past represented counties in SCE's service territory, Kern and Santa Barbara, and they're both also served by PG&E and had comparatively positive things to say about SCE's emergency management program, on the whole. And all of this is, in our various comments in the PSPS docket, but, found that your EOC liaisons were easy to get a hold of, information was easy to track down, there was a significant reduction in sort of the internal bureaucracy, which was appreciative. So, and from a practical standpoint, when your operational areas are not feeling just sort of desperate and frustrated and, like they're not getting what they need, or like there's no point in talking to you, they might be less inclined to provide feedback because, if it ain't broke, then you don't need to fix it. The flip side of that is something that we have seen over the years from, the start of the wildfire mitigation plans and PSPS regulations through sort of the present day. There's been, aside from the fact that particularly on PSPS, the regulations have sort of stabilized, at least for the time being. We're not going through that iterative process. But, it's been kind of a war of attrition. In the beginning, everybody was incredibly hands-on when we were crafting the initial framework and when the utilities were going through their first real-life implementation of PSPS. And the first round of revisions after that was also incredibly important that everybody show up. But what our emergency managers have seen, and again, this is through our interfacing with PG&E, is the arc of that interaction went from, in the early days, a lot of sort of promises to sit down with us and to hold real tabletop exercises at the operational area level. And, PG&E did convene for a while a small working group of local emergency managers, which we all had really high hopes for. And what we saw over the years was that despite all of our time and our feedback, the end result, the new protocols that were implemented and the the internal procedures that were created. When they were finally went through the internal mill and were sort of released in their final PowerPoint form, had been restructured so that they primarily served what PG&E thought it needed, or what PG&E thought the local governments needed, despite having been told to the contrary. We've provided feedback that the multi-day service territory wide functional exercises are not useful for our local emergency managers because there's too many people, there's too much going on, and it's all about PG&E's operations. It has nothing to do with understanding how the local government's emergency response process functions, right? And there is, it also, I sort of a food for thought thing when you're going out into the communities and sort of having these meetings. I understand the utility of showing up with a PowerPoint that presents, all of your new initiatives and some helpful statistics, but the PowerPoints can have a way of stifling actual real conversation, because if you just show up and you go through your tap dance about here are all of our ignition reduction statistics, and here's why we're doing this and how we're doing this, and for the most part, and again based on how PG&E has done this, it's all information we've seen before, like multiple times. So it's not new, it's not helpful, it's not interesting, and it's not what we're there to talk about, right? And so that, we would love fewer PowerPoints in those, local, like those expert to expert conversations, because they just, it's not helpful. And then everybody gets mad and, so.
Yeah, this is very helpful to hear. So thank you.
Yeah, Megan, I'll just, as the representing PG&E, I'm not representing the emergency preparedness side, but really you've taken a lot of notes based on your comments. So I appreciate the feedback and the participation on this. And really, you're really sad to see that we've let our communities down in this case. So I will follow up with Angie Gibson, VP of Emergency Preparedness, specifically with some of these notes and ask for an outreach to happen. And obviously to play down the PowerPoint, but more just let's listen to what's being felt and see what we can do to change it. So I really appreciate you bringing this up and highlighting the gap that still exists on our side, which we need to do to fix. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. We'd be very happy to keep working with PG&E, and yes, please leave the PowerPoints at home.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Andy. We are just about at time for lunch, and I want to make sure everyone has the time to have lunch. So we will go to that shortly, as I do not see any more raised hands. As a reminder for everyone in this workshop is a chance for everyone to comment and provide recommendations related to our regulatory landscape in the face of climate change and aging infrastructure. So please take full advantage of this over the next day and a half. And with that, I will leave you to your lunch, and we will return at 1:05. My clock reads 1:05. So hopefully people have made their way back from their lunches. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and were able to stretch a little bit. We're going to move right along with the workshop. Our next topic is risk assessment and modeling. And we'll have a presentation from Marcela Jaramillo. Marcela, whenever you are ready, you can take it away.
Thank you, Colin. Good afternoon. I am Marcela Jaramillo, Senior Environmental Analyst at GreenGrid Incorporated. It is such a pleasure to be here today and gather your ideas, questions, suggestions as we work together towards reducing the risk of wildfire and PSPSs. In the following minutes, I will be introducing the topic of risk assessment and modeling. Next slide, please. Let's start by covering a brief background. What is risk assessment? This is a process of understanding a hazard and what would happen if this hazard event were to occur. We use the lessons learned from the past or data of past events to guide our risk assessment process. Now we can then use risk modeling to forecast future events. Through this process, we can develop a risk-based prioritization and operations. There are some important factors to consider in order for the risk assessment and modeling to be effective. First, we need accurate data of past events to be fed into the models, and we also need good quality and reliable models, since the data output or results of the models are directly proportional to these two factors. Now, we also need mechanisms to go from the information gained to the appropriate actions to implement the results. And through this process, what do we gain? We gain a safer, more reliable, and more cost-effective operations. I would like to give you an example of a robust risk assessment model called the failure mode and effect analysis. This is composed of 5 steps. In the first step, you define a failure mode. Then you determine the severity and probability of occurrence of this failure mode. Lastly, you determine the probability of detecting the failure mode before it occurs. And using this information, you can determine the risk priority, which can be qualitative, such as low, medium, or high, or it can be quantitative, and the scales vary depending on the users. Next slide, please. Now, let's talk about reducing the risk of fires or wildfires. So a fire is a thermochemical reaction that requires 3 main reagents. The first one is heat. In the case of wildfires, the heat or ignition source can be from utility assets, but it can also be caused by human errors such as fireworks or balloons. And it can be caused by just nature, such as lighting. Now we also need oxygen to oxidize the organic molecules, which in the case of wildfire, we're gonna call them fuel, and is mainly composed of vegetation. So to reduce the risk of wildfires, we can control 2 main drivers. This is the utility assets. We can maintain them, inspect them, and operate them safely in order to avoid ignitions. And we can also make them as fire resistant as possible in order to withstand human error or natural causes of fires. And the second driver that we can control is vegetation. That's why we do vegetation management around the electric equipment and under the conductors. Next slide, please. So now let me give you a few examples of processes that can be greatly improved by using risk assessment and modeling. First, we can optimize inspection, scheduling, and priorities. We can also use risk models to improve maintenance activities and system hardening efforts. And models can really simplify emergency response planning and priority areas. Next slide, please. Let me now move on to our observations. The regulatory landscape, as it refers to risk assessment and modeling, has made significant progress in the last decade, defining a risk-based decision-making framework. Starting in 2013 with the risk assessment and mitigation phase, which is composed of an annual risk mitigation and spending accountability reports. And then in 2016, with the first safety modeling and assessment proceeding, SMAP, and in 2020 with the rulemaking 200713, which is the second map. The goal of the SMAP are to examine, understand, and comment on the models and establish guidelines and standards for these models. Currently, we use various statistical modeling approaches. Next slide, please. Using these statistical modeling approaches, we have, and as we have heard today from our expert panelists, the utilities have developed spatial and temporal maps and models of things such as overall ignition probability, estimated wildfire consequences, climate-driven risk maps, and estimation of PSPS consequences. Now, I would like to mention that a model can be evaluated in terms of its resolution. For a temporal model, which is based on time, the farther you can look into the future, the better the resolution of the model. And for spatial models, which are based on location, the closer you can differentiate between 2 points, the better the resolution of this model. Next slide, please. This brings us to our discussion points. These topics are we would like your input about, but we are welcome to other ideas. The first thing that I would like to consider is how can we include local factors in the risk-based decision framework to adapt to climate change. So we may include things like climate-driven risk factors such as drought, high wind, storms. Also, the incorporation of extreme weather events, considering their increase in recent decades, and that this trend is likely to continue. We can also consider seasonal vegetation growth rates, since vegetation may grow faster in high rain seasons and than in low rain seasons. Also, we can expect the vegetation depth and humidity content to exhibit the opposite pattern. Finally, we can take into account asset vulnerability to harsh weather, such as overheating from extreme heat or wire contact from extreme winds. Now, let's talk about standardizing. This would be defining risk factors and attributes and determine accuracy and validation methods for the models, and also the regulatory compliance and enforcement of the models. Next slide, please. And now for my last discussion point, I would like to hear your ideas about utilizing new technologies to enhance risk monitoring. So what is the potential of real-time surveillance using new technology? As advanced sensors, advanced cameras, drones, the potential is great, but the amount of data that these technologies provide is very large. and going from analysis to interpretation to useful information can be challenging. However, now with advances in artificial intelligence, such as machine learning software, we can overcome these obstacles. Now, the benefits of real-time monitoring is enhanced risk measurement, real-time surveillance, improved decision-making, and also optimizing the resource utilization. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this concludes my portion of this presentation. I am grateful for your attention and happy to hear your thoughts of the panelists and the public. And dear Colleen, may you introduce the panelists for me? Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marcella. We will move on to the panel presentation portion of this topic. A reminder to try to stay on topic and address the discussion points that Marcella just went over. We have quite a few panelists for this as well. I am going to go in the order of my agenda. So first up, everyone has about 5 minutes allotted for their prepared remarks. First up is Eric Wang from Southern California Edison.
Can you just go off mute? Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Eric.
Okay, perfect. I'm here with me, John Wu, and he's going to cover the first talking point. I'm going to cover the second point here. His camera is not working, so he's going to come to my side and then talk from here.
Yeah, apologies for that. Let's see, can you guys see me on camera?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So my name is Jonathan Wu. I'm the senior manager for the data science team over at Southern California Edison. And in regards to some of the speaking points that we noticed on discussion point 1, wanted to kind of highlight some of the things that we've already submitted as part of our 2023 WMP. In regards to a risk framework or risk decision framework, we did talk a lot about our IWMS, which is our integrated wildfire mitigation strategy, which is what we utilize to prioritize the different mitigations that we have, using some of our models to inform both the prioritization and optimization of the mitigations that we're implementing. And in regards to some of the local climate variables and some of the asset vulnerabilities, we do have our CAVA team, which is the Climate Adaptation and Vulnerability Assessment Analysis that takes into account longer weather scenarios to assess what the impact is across the grid and some of those potential impacts on increased weather scenarios or loading to our assets. So that is taken into account as part of the modeling that we do. And then moving on to some of the standardization of the risk factors and other considerations. What we do appreciate is that as part of the last WMP, we did receive guidance from OEIS in terms of how you define the different risk components for how we define, probability of ignition and what are some of the subdrivers associated with it and the consequences that you would apply towards it. So we did include that as part of our WMP. And then in regards to model validation and the documentation, we did go through a whole assessment of providing technical documentation for each of the asset models that informs our probability of ignition, as well as documentation of our consequences that we use. And as part of our general practice, anytime we're making both updates or refreshes to the models that we use to inform our decision-making, we are documenting those changes and version controlling each time we kind of run through those different iterations. With that, maybe I'll hand it back over to Eric and he can talk about discussion point 2.
All right, thank you, John. Hey everyone, this is Eric Wong from SCE. I'm from the Wildfire City team. Glad to be here today. So if you're on the call this morning, you may have heard my colleague Paul Roller talking about the 1,600 weather stations that we have installed in recent years, and also the remote sensing technology and usage of drones. And all the information collected through those systems has greatly benefited our wildfire models. So let me just give you one example. Before we had those weather stations, SE only had 25 weather stations covering the entire service territory. So for us, in order to create a valid model and accurate model, we have to use a lot of other public stations, for example, route stations, in order to put together a valid model. So imagine all those information come in different form. We spend a lot of time cleaning the data in conjunction with the information we have here internally here. So now imagine with 1,600 weather stations come in with more precise information in the same standard way. We have much better quality of data, and also the quality of data allowing us to really create more advanced modeling with big data and machine learning approaches here. So the second part I want to touch here is on some pilot programs we have in our system, hardening programs, leveraging the new technologies and also to detect faults and prevent ignitions. So for example, that includes our DFA, early fault detection, distribution open phase detection, and transmission open detection, as well as our REFCO technologies. And a lot of those programs are still in the pilot stage, but we believe the information gathered through those systems cannot be only used for detecting real-time fault, but also the information gathered through the systems can further enhance our risk modeling capabilities. So last but not least, I want to emphasize the benefit of doing all those new technologies and systems. With all the information, we have better measurement of risk and how we allocate resources and then optimize and prioritize our resources. So, and that's going to inform our future grid hardening strategies. So with that, I'm going to pass back to you, Colin. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Jonathan. As a reminder for everyone, please ensure we have talked at length about the WMPs and other workshops. Please make sure to tie whatever you are doing at your utility to the regulatory recommendations for wildfire safety. That is the intent of this workshop today. We've all had many months to read your WMPs, so we don't want to repeat what is in there or repeat the wildfire mitigation workshop that happened just a few months ago. I want to move next to Zoe Harold from the Green Power Institute.
Great, thanks, Colin, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I just want to really start at the highest level where risk is defined as two components. So we have the likelihood of risk event times the consequence of risk event, or LOR and CORE. I want to recognize the substantive progress that's been made towards the ability to model both wildfire, LOR, and CORE at the granularity of utility assets. This risk modeling is really critical to informing strategic risk-based planning standards and thresholds that are effectively informing long-term infrastructure investments, as well as updated operations and maintenance practices. And so what I want to do today is make two recommendations in regards to the long-term planning risk models and standardization, which is in that discussion point one. The first recommendation I want to make is essentially a need for a wildfire risk modeling standardization. So at present, the IOUs and SMJUs are essentially employing different wildfire risk modeling and model application approaches for both LOR and CORE. So basically there's as many utility wildfire risk modeling approaches as there are utilities. And then we also have a modeling suite that's offered by a third-party developer, TechnoSilva. For likelihood of risk event modeling space, each utility is electing to develop and deploy different LOR risk modeling approaches, each of which has strengths and weaknesses regarding capturing and quantifying different risk event drivers. We're also seeing completely different application approaches for those likelihood of risk event models. So some utility LOR models are only used to inform inspection cycles, where other utilities are including them in their granular risk values that are informing long-term infrastructure investments or system hardening. In the consequence of risk base, again, all 6 utilities are actually shifting to a wildfire consequence fire spread metric model that's provided by TechnoSilva. At a high level, this is progress towards consequence modeling standardization. However, Even with this unified wildfire spread model, there's a lot of latitude in regards to modeling inputs. So climate and weather design basis, simulation duration, as well as which model outputs are selected to inform risk and how those outputs are applied. There are also complementary utility developed models that are going into the consequence of risk. So there's a lot of utility choice involved that's resulting in, again, 6 different methods for consequence of risk event modeling, and also effectively granular wildfire risk modeling. A couple examples of this is we have differences between 8-hour versus 24-hour fire spread simulations, the integration of a fire potential index model versus only using fire simulation models, and then complementary models such as ingress-egress models, one of which is based on population density to roadway ratios versus a completely different model that's currently under development that is anticipated to be based on socioeconomic and demographic factors such as income and age. So completely different aspects of egress risk. The utility modeling approaches are so variable, there's no reason to believe that if we take and apply all 6 modeling and application approaches to the same system and landscape, it would result in similar granular risk profiles or rankings. So one aspect of getting California ratepayers back on a level playing field in terms of utility wildfire risk assessment and planning standards is to require that they essentially adopt a joint wildfire risk modeling and application approach. I think I might be running up on my time here, but I want to go into the second recommendation, which is a need to develop kind of a more comprehensive and measurable wildfire risk planning standard. So the current wildfire risk planning standard is to prevent occurrence of catastrophic wildfires, which are defined as a fire that causes at least 1 death, damages over 500 structures, or burns over 5,000 acres. We really do support this high-level goal to prevent catastrophic wildfires. There may not be a sufficiently defined quantitative planning standard for really determining long-term system hardening investments. So there's a few points, I think, of improvement on this planning standard. So the objective to prevent catastrophic wildfires essentially establishes a deterministic consequence of risk event planning standard that's not necessarily explicitly recognizing the likelihood of risk component. To achieve this current planning standard, technically, a utility would have to entirely eliminate the potential for any and all utility asset failures that could result in an ignition in all locations, even with a very small probability of catastrophic wildfire occurring. This would presumably be very expensive to achieve that level of risk buy down, especially through system hardening. Since all risk events and risk event outcomes have a likelihood of occurrence, a likelihood of risk event metric could and should be included in a planning standard in order to establish essentially a statewide risk tolerance. The second aspect of this is that the wildfire consequence models that are being used are not necessarily directly outputting catastrophic wildfire risk. So some 8 or 24-hour wildfire simulations may directly classify as catastrophic wildfire, while others may not. However, the simulated fires that do not qualify as catastrophic could become catastrophic in the real world. So this constitutes kind of a second planning standard gap, which is that the consequence model outputs that are being used do not necessarily directly inform whether an ignition or a given location at a given location will result in a catastrophic wildfire consequence. So what the utilities risk modeling and application approaches are essentially doing is they're basically options or proposals on how to fill the planning standard gaps. They're also individually establishing utility defined risk-based planning standards in order to mitigate utility liability. So we think this gap kind of constitutes a regulatory compliance and enforcement gap, as well as a transparency gap. There's no single accepted planning standard that defines which of the utility methods and resulting risk-based planning thresholds is suitable or accurate or best practices. And then there's a wide range of utility methods, which is reducing transparency into how these approaches compare to each other, as well as how they relate to the catastrophic wildfire consequence planning standard. I'm going to propose the idea that utilities shouldn't be left to make independent decisions about the acceptable wildfire risk for California ratepayers. And then there's also this utility liability gap. So we worry that the current planning standard could push utilities to select a very conservative risk-based planning threshold and mitigation plan to reduce their liability while effectively pushing the costs and impacts of extreme risk buy down and risk reduction onto ratepayers. So really setting a risk planning standard or threshold that's an output of an available wildfire risk model could help close those gaps and put the decision of acceptable risk and strategic risk buy down back at the state level. And it can also help align the risk modeling approaches and application methods. Thanks.
Thank you, Zoe. Those were excellent and certainly gives us a lot to think about. Next, we'll hear from Jessica Block, Chair of the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board.
Hi, thank you for having me. I think I'm always grateful to be going right after Zoe because she gives such great points, and feel like my comments are a compliment to hers. So a couple of things that I'd like to say with respect to, and I actually will make reference to the discussion points. Pardon me. Is local conditions. So I appreciated Zoe's comments on the standardization of risk modeling, as well as the standardization of the modeling applications. In this conversation, it's important to recognize that standardizing doesn't necessarily, standardizing based on the current technology and modeling tools that we have today will not move the needle very much. And to expand on that, what I mean is that for the risk modeling, there's a significant amount of fire science that the scientific community is working on that will advance our understanding. In the meantime, there's a lot we can learn in terms of the weather forecasting and, for instance, hurricane forecast applications that we can learn from. Getting to one accurate model, or one accurate fire prediction model, or one accurate fuel model, or one accurate gridded wind forecast is not going to get us to precision. What I recommend is creating standards around the risk modeling that incorporate multiple different types of data sets created by multiple different types of agencies with different objectives for those data sets, as well as applying to different types of fire prediction models, especially when coming to risk modeling from the short and long term. There are opportunities for using some of the computational fluid dynamics models and applying to longer term forecasts. So when speaking of that, even the terrain data and the fuel data can have tremendous variability in time and space. And what I've noticed also in this shoulder season from spring to summer is that the fuel moistures that are being reported are not reliable. Paying for higher resolution in computed data is valuable, but will also have inaccuracies. So in speaking to one of the earlier slides that was presented by Green Grid, they're looking at these the risk-based prioritization and modeling, looking at input data, reliable models, reliable output data, and the implementation of the results. All should be multivariate, and we should be considering multiple points of view. And that's my recommendation for that. When it comes to incorporating advanced sensors and technology, I believe that leveraging multiple situational awareness platforms would also be valuable. We've got multiple aircraft from multiple agencies collecting data and doing surveillance. There are multiple startups and agencies that are doing work tracking vegetation green up in the spring and drying out in the summer. And I have my professional concerns around the optimization of implementing dense and advanced sensors to solve the problem. I think to an extent, especially considering the forecasts that we have available to us, that high resolution doesn't always get us more, but getting a stronger, higher level sense of what the environment is doing over time can be better. And with that in mind, taking into consideration low resolution variables for things like, for instance, the GOES satellite, and then high resolution variables like the utility weather stations can give us greater insight. So I think there's some technology and research to be done, potentially leveraging artificial intelligence to do sensor variable integration of different kinds. Also, the California Office of Emergency Services has recently taken over the Fire Integrated Real-Time Intelligence System platform, FIRIS, which has a fusion center that is actively incorporating multiple of these data sets. And to the extent that situational awareness platforms are leveraging these advanced technologies and integrating them as they come online might be beneficial for energy safety to plug into from their data integration shop, as well as for the utilities. And those are all of my comments today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica. And we will move next to board member Chris Porter.
Thank you, Colin. And again, just like Jessica said, I've following her and Zoe, it's an honor, and they picked up the lion's share pretty much of what I wanted to comment on, but definitely in the point of local factors and risk modeling. There has to be some type of standardization, or at least situational uniformity in the risk modeling. And looking at the climate factors as something that we need to ultimately create some type of standardization that we can hold the utilities accountable to understand where they're headed and how they're going to address that risk, I think is important. They share a lot of commonality in a lot of places. They also have a lot of uniqueness, but it's extremely important that in creating those risk models that we absolutely have some standardization there. The fact that there are 6, 7 different ways to do things is where we're having, I think, the disconnect. Each one of them share topography and geography together. They abut against one another, have similar population density in certain areas that are concerned, infrastructure age and vulnerabilities. And where we can find the places where they are similar, I think would help us advance that. It isn't something that I think will have a immediate effect in the positive, but over time it should. It'll allow us to concentrate more on the variables than the constants. You know, a little bit more of a scientific and strategic approach to this is something that I think ultimately we should head towards. The second discussion point, I think adding more reliance on the AI help for modeling is definitely an approach that we have to concentrate on. We are moving away from, and we can't devote actual human beings in inspections at the rate necessary to give us the same view and granular data that's necessary for us to be more accurate. And AI and the advanced sensors and the cameras. And on some level, I do disagree. I do believe higher resolution is important. it absolutely gives us a better 360 view. And that allows us better ability to formulate along with
Chris, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm so sorry. You've been cutting out for about the last 30 seconds. Your mic seems to come in and then come out. It may be an internet issue. And I will suggest, if you might think it is, to go off camera. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
What was the last thing? What was the last thing that you heard?
I recall hearing about high resolution giving a 360 view, and then it started to cut out from there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, 360 view of, hold on, let me back. Of the actual situational threats. The reality is that ultimately we're headed not only in mitigating the threats that we have now currently, but also moving towards us getting to a point to where carbon neutral, more transmission corridors are going to be planned, and construction, and understanding how we approach the risks that we have now will better inform us of the risks that we will place upon ourselves as we build out new and more resilient transmission corridors and distribution corridors. And that's all I have.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. And last but not least, we will move to Joseph Mitchell with Muskie Grade Road Alliance.
Hi, I'm Joseph Mitchell. I'm expert witness for the Muskie Grade Road Alliance, and we've been working on wildfire issues at the CPUC and energy safety since 2007. Everybody okay with my audio?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I'll start by talking about extreme weather events and climate change. It's important to emphasize that the great majority of California utility wildfire losses, and I'm talking about losses, not fires, but the losses, homes, lives, have occurred during extreme weather events. By extreme, we mean very low fuel moisture, low humidity, and high wind. High wind is a key element with power line fires because it can initiate the outages that create an electrical arc, which ignite the wildfire. No other ignition source is correlated with extreme weather. Utility wildfires make up less than 10% of California ignitions overall, but say in the 2007 Southern California wildfires, they were responsible for almost half of major fires. In the 2017 Northern California fires, utility ignited wildfires were responsible for the majority of major wildfires. So the risk modeling that's currently being done generally emphasizes reducing ignitions, but not all ignitions are equal. So for instance, you can have ignitions, plenty of ignitions from balloons, animals, vehicles, and these can occur at any time, whereas other ignitions tend to occur during extreme weather, such as trees or branches falling into power lines, power line damages, poles falling over, and so forth. So it's important that utility models adequately account for wind effects. And I think that's would be my first recommendation, is to ensure that that's the case. Now, tying that into what we know about climate change and these extreme weather, the good news is that there's only a little research that's been done. Nobody is at this point predicting that Santa Ana or Diablo winds are going to intensify with climate change. In fact, they might weaken. These aren't very strong results, but that's not expected to happen. But fire danger will get worse as the fire season lengthens, our temperatures become higher, more extended drought periods, more intense drought periods. So when that happens, we might see some profile changes in the types of power line fires we have, as the non-wind driven fires, vegetation driven fires might become a larger fraction. Things like the Dixie fire, which wasn't a wind driven fire. So the recommendation there would be that utilities need to include standard climate change scenarios, and I believe they're going to be doing that. Additionally, just as far as extreme events, one of the, we have a way to prevent damage from an extreme event because we have power shutoff. But if we happen to have a tail risk type of event, a very strong wind event, it could lead to very long shutoff times. And so I think utilities need to have contingency plans for extended PSPS and other types of tail risk that might be associated with climate. Jumping to the advanced technologies, advanced sensors, and so forth. Instead of talking about the advanced sensors as far as being able to detect fires right quickly, that's all very useful. It's all very cool. But you're only getting a certain delta. You still, in order to stop the fire, you still have to dispatch firefighters to the fire. And so the gain you're getting is the time that the satellite would detect it versus somebody sees it and phones it in. That's the delta you're gaining with those technologies. The really important technologies are currently under development and actually being deployed by California utilities, a variety of technologies that basically have the same goal. Detects the vulnerability or outage and de-energize the line before it can spark a wildfire ignition. Things like rapid earth fault current limiter and other types of technologies. And there's a grab bag of them. They're all in the field now. The utilities are deploying them. And regulatory request here would be that the regulators should push these technologies, the deployment of these technologies, and make it favorable for the utilities to do so. Because when you use these technologies, even though they're not perfect, if you use them in conjunction with other mitigations like covered conductor, you can get a lot of wildfire risk protection by doing that. So I think that's all of my comments for today, and thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Joseph. We will now open it up to the wider group. So if you do want to make a comment or discussion point on risk assessment and modeling, please raise your hand and you will be unmuted or called upon in order of raised hands. Andy, I see your hand first. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Colin. And I really appreciate all of the comments from Zoe, Chris, Jessica, and Mercy Great Alliance. The point I want to make is when we talk about risk modeling, we tend to conflate two things. There are two very distinct categories of risk modeling. One is what we've considered now, what we call operational risk modeling. And those are risk models that are done to guide, right? When will you take a PSPS event? Because to Joseph Mitchell's point, we see very concentrated periods of risk And during those concentrated periods, the way you operate the grid has to be done differently. And those models guide you and serve as triggers as to when you operate the grid in a different manner. And therefore, when the risk goes down, you can then you can lower the way you operate the grid or change the way you operate the grid, because that activity will get better and better over time as we get automation into our SCADA systems in a much more aggressive way with advanced distribution control systems. So there's the operational risk models are something that I think the utilities have put a lot of time and energy into, and are getting significantly better where we are today from where we were in prior years. A lot, but they do get conflated with what I call the planning risk models. And the planning risk models are the risk models where you might want to take into consideration climate change over time, because that says, what are you going to do to change the grid over the long period of time, right? What should the grid be looking like 5, 10, 15 years from now? And it's the planning risk, but too often we conflate the two and make that and try to drive change in both areas where a lot more focus is needed on the planning risk models. All of the feedback given is definitely relevant. Obviously, with the slight differences in some of the approaches and the thoughts, but really want to resonate with what has been said thus far. So sincere thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you, Andy. Katie from Turn, please go ahead.
Thank you. I actually wanted to follow up a little bit on what Andy was just talking about, and maybe ask some clarifying questions. I guess I'm still not quite seeing the difference between the operational and the planning risk models. Is it a matter of time horizon that the model is looking at?
Yeah. So let me give you a very tangible example, Katie, if that will help, right? So we produce, PG&E produces, and so does San Diego Gas and Electric and SCE. We have a machine learning model, fairly advanced, that basically does a 129-hour look ahead of what we consider the fire potential index. This is basically taking our entire service territory in HFTD and breaking it up into fire index areas. And every day at that fire index area, we say specifically what is the rating on a scale of 1 to 5, because when it's past a scale of 3, we call it R3, we say the fire danger is significantly higher because of things like the dry fuel that exists, the humidity that exists in that location at that point in time, right? Now that takes almost like 8 billion points of data that's compiled every single day to do that 129 look ahead, which informs how we position crews. It informs whether we put that circuit in enhanced power line safety setting mode or whether we not. And then when the conditions rise even further than that, where we see winds coming in, Diablo winds as was described earlier, that gives us another operational model called outage producing winds, gives us the trigger to then signal that we'll take a PSPS event. So all of that is operational models. And what I mean by that is those models drive the PSPS decision-making. Those models drive the enhanced power line safety settings, the operational actions we will take to operate the grid differently when risk conditions are high. When
so
the risk
in
conditions
other words,
go down,
it's near-term operational decisions.
Exactly, near-term operational decisions, right?
Okay.
Now, you want to separate that very clearly from the long-term operational decisions. We know there are portions of our service territory that have, if an ignition happened, the consequence of that ignition based on how far the structures involved, based on the acres that could burn, based on the potential for fatalities, based on things that even energy safety has asked, hey, can you incorporate ingress, egress into this? When you take all those, you want to say, this is a location where it makes sense for us to overhead harden, underground, remote grid, rebuild, change the grid in that location. And that's you're looking at from the long-term viewpoint. And so an example of that would be is when you model that, the fuel layer that you model that, you're not going to model that with a fuel layer from a recent scar, a fire scar that has happened. A fire has come through, it has changed the vegetation pattern. That change in vegetation pattern is best incorporated in the operational model, but not best incorporated in the planning model. The planning model should assume that that vegetation has grown back to some degree, because that would be the condition in 10 years, 15 years from when the grid has changed in that location. That serves as an example.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Andy. I'm looking for any other raised hands or, oh, I see one in the attendees. It is Henry Sweat. Go ahead, Henry.
Hello, this is Henry Sweat from the CPUC Safety Policy Division. One comment I had was, how are utilities and others kind of thinking about like this idea of like baseline risk? You know, we reduced, 50% of our risk, but how, what is that relative to? And also just how are we thinking about that in the changing climate where theoretically wildfires could become more severe or less severe? And I'm just kind of wondering what the thoughts are on that.
Not sure if you want me to take that, Colin.
You are welcome to.
No, Henry, you bring up a very good point, right? Baseline risk is a challenge to calculate, because you've got to assume a certain level of parameters that are constant at the time you did the calculation, or a range if you want, right? But there have to be thresholds of that range. And so we've tried to do our best, given the SMAP and the RAMP proceedings, to establish how we go about calculating wildfire risk. And we've put in all those assumptions in there. A big part of that is, what is your, what is the thresholds that you use specifically? So there is a series, there's variability over there between what utilities do, but it's really, you've got to calculate it based on the known information at the time. And while you may choose to say, hey, this is what I think conditions are going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now from a climate, unless you agree across the board what those parameters are and what that change is, you will get very different results. So what we do is we say, here's what our risk is as we've calculated it. And relative to that baseline, these actions we're taking, here's how risk has been reduced. Because it provides a directional viewpoint that even if that risk profile went up and you've reduced risk, you've proportionally reduced the same amount of risk as best you can calculate, given a very complex situation.
Eric, I see you are on camera. Would you like to respond as well?
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Thank you only, Andy, for the clarification. I think we have similar situation here. When we try to quantify something called a baseline, the baseline has to be within certain time or time windows. For example, we quantify how effective your program has been, you have to set a starting point. And we all know that, climate change, everything going to be changing over time, but you have to have a starting point, and then hopefully within that time frame, the climate change is not as significant and to interrupt your baseline risk that much. But knowing those going to happen over time, you have to take into account what's going to come in the future and then re-establish your baseline and then starting from there.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Eric. I'm going to move on to the next hand raise, which is Amin and Ronnie. Amin, I see that you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Amin, we still are unable to hear you. While you fiddle with your settings, I think we will move on to the next hand, which is Wendy Al-Makdad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Wendy.
Hi. Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Mitchell with regards to the idea that wind could be, should be a factor considered in the risk modeling. I'm wondering specifically, like right now, the likelihood of risk event in the models is the likelihood of ignition. So are you suggesting that the likelihood of a risk event, the risk event should change to be ignition and then have some kind of wind component to it?
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. Yeah, I think there's a number of ways to address this. I think, for instance, San Diego Gas and Electric has already put in a wind adjustment function in their probability of ignition. The problem is basically, I don't want to get too geeky here, but the problem is basically with the data science models right now, these are being run on very extreme weather data sets, which artificially amplifies ignitions that aren't going to necessarily occur during extreme weather events. Things like your animals, your vehicle collisions and so forth, those get an artificial amplification. And so what we've seen over the last few years is that we're getting some skew in what the predicted risk is coming out of the models using these machine learning tools. And we've recommended reweighting that. Now that hasn't happened yet, but we're patient, and I think and we've certainly in our WMP comments been saying over the years to OEIS that this is something that needs to be addressed. And I think we can go into a large technical discussion on this in the right forum, but yeah, I think some adjustments should be made to the ignition models to account for the fact that you're going to get amplification during the extreme wind events. And in fact, as Andy said, the operational models have that built into them. So there's not really any concern with the operational models. They do look at the higher likelihood of outage and the outage causing a fire. And but I think that effect needs to be incorporated into the planning models as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Joseph. Let's try Amin again. Amin, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. So my question, it's Amin Emrani with SPD Safety Policy Division. My question is regarding Eric Wang's comment regarding risk factor attributes. And basically, I want him, if he's nice enough to elaborate on how they want to standardize their attribute or risk factor basically they are using for their risk model. Are they planning to collaborate with other utilities? Can they share more information about that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amin, for the question. So essentially, there are a lot of different factors we put in all those models. And just to give one example, for example, when we look into overhead conductor failures, there's conductor length, age, loading, material size, all those information are used in our models. But when it comes to a particular asset modeling approach, and it's hard to standardize. For example, we may have some data we can use in our models. We talk to PG&E or San Diego, right? They may not have the same attributes in there. So therefore, I think it's kind of hard to standardize what exactly are the kind of inputs you want to use in your models. But there should be some recommendation to have some must-have in there if all utilities have the same information in their hand. The other part is regarding your question regarding how we consider standardized approach. We definitely have a lot of workshop discussions with all the LUs in California, trying to talk about what attribute they may have for particular asset. And then that's the first step. We're trying to standardize, the input, and also trying to standardize the way the model consume those input. And so make sure that the model kind of taking similar information to reach a point that we should be able to compare the models in the same fashion.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
And I think with that, we will move to our last question from Edwin Schmidt.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Edwin.
Yeah, great. I was wondering if the utilities could describe any quantitative results that are coming out of their CAVA reports. I know that's not quite relevant for Sempra yet, but if PG&E and SE have any thoughts on this, I'd appreciate that. But in particular, how they see those quantitative results having an influence on the way they calculate risk or wildfire risk as directed by the risk-based decision-making framework.
Yeah, Edwin, we are in that process of kind of like just doing that assessment for the framework overall. So unable to provide any comments on that at this point in time. So apologies for that.
Yeah, this is Eric from SE. We did file our CAVA report, I believe last May, and it has a lot of information, including the report. There are a couple of things I want to point out here that there's definitely overlap in between the work CAVA did and the wildfire in particular. So imagine we look at CAVA and it's more looking at long-term climate impact to our system, to our grid, and how we can further harden the grid to overcome all those challenges. From wildfire in particular, we share a lot of things in the same nation, in the same nature. For example, when you look into the weather input information, we took a lot of input information from the statewide long-term climate change impacts and use that information in the wildfire risk modeling space. In particular, we have been partnered with Technosoa, trying to look for the similar information and run into their models, simulating what if scenarios in the future. For example, we can simulate based on the upcoming climate change, based on the temperature increases, the dryness in the fuel condition, and also the wind condition. Given all those conditions, we can run the simulations and to simulate how much fire risk there will be in the future, given all those climate impacts. So there's definitely overlap. I think CAVA is more generic for all type of risks, and we do need to focus on wildfire separately here.
Great, thank you both. Thank you, Edwin, for the question. I have one last question that I'm hoping to keep rather brief, but I think it is a good question. And it's in the Q&A, and I welcome any of the panelists or utilities to answer it. And that question is, what are the potential downsides to trying to get the utilities to use a standardized risk model methodology?
Yeah, this is Eric from SE. I just want to make one comment for that part. So generally speaking, I think there can be recommendation on what information should be included in these models and what kind of assets should be modeled in the asset model in general. But in terms of the modeling methodology or algorithms, I don't feel like there should be any fixed way of recommending models. For example, when you look today and everybody talk about ChatGPT, everybody talking about XAI that's come out recently, right? You may think deep learning may be the best technology used for those modeling approach, but turn out, oftentimes, given the data from each utility, deep learning may not be the best solution. And oftentimes, the similar algorithm may work better than those.
Thanks, Eric. Jessica, did you want to make a point?
Yes.
Question? Okay, go ahead.
It sounds like who asked that question is teeing up the problem that the standard could be wrong or could have conditions in which it's right most of the time and wrong at the perfectly wrong moment. And that's why my recommendation is that the standard include multiple resolutions and sources of data sets and multiple types of analytic approaches, and that potentially the integration of those approaches could be the standard and evolve over time. It is only in the last few years that we really truly understand how the risk assessment models of multiple types are working and what their success rates are with respect to the forecast and the consequence. And then the variability in the consequence is determined by the strength of the system or the faults of human intervention, including citizens, car accidents that came up. There's just too much we don't know to standardize a process in a narrow way. So I'm just taking home my comment that keeping a broad, when building the standard, which I think I should clarify, is important for there to be consistent evaluation and understanding of the process. That standard should include a diverse portfolio of processes and data sets.
Thanks, Jessica. Andy, do you have a comment to make as well?
No, actually, Jessica covered it really well, right? I think, keeping the aperture wide open, right, to allow multiple data sets to continue to come in. As the variety of data sets that come in, the ability to incorporate it into the model starts to improve the fidelity, accuracy, and predictability ultimately of that model. And that's a work in progress. And the experimentation, I think the direction that OEIS, Energy Safety, and the CPUC has pushed is forcing the collaboration across the utilities, right, allows that cross-sharing in a really, really good way so that the experiments happening in each place start to leverage together. So I think I just want to reinforce what Jessica was saying. I wasn't going to say anything, but thanks for calling on me.
Absolutely. Joseph Mitchell, I saw that your hand was up. You were.
Yeah, I took it down because Andy just basically said what I was going to say anyway. Just that you want to make sure that you have a open channel to encourage innovation and experimentation. Thanks.
Yeah, Colin, can I give one other piece? I know this is on the risk modeling piece of it, but I know I'm PG representative here, but I'm talking from personal experience, having run the risk model group at PG&E now for over 2.5 years. What I find more when you go, and this takes into consideration the local conditions, is whenever you do these risk models are taking data sets from a multitude of different sources over spatial and temporal dimensions that are pretty large. And I'm talking about the planning risk models. So they do have the unfortunate circumstances because all models are wrong. They're directionally correct, but all models are wrong to some degree. And when you get down to the local aspect of it, sometimes the error that may be a small error band on the model and a local location has a big effect. And so what I personally have learned, and I've grown a great deal of humility around this, is not only the site visits that visit it, but really I rely very heavily on my public safety specialists. These are local firefighters who've lived in that region, who know that region, to really opine and give a perspective when we say something is at high risk over here. Does it validate with the ground experience on the ground? And I fundamentally have come personally at a different level where I think it's better that we first get the ground level, the subject matter input from that, even though that's challenging to assimilate because everyone has a slightly different perspective over a large geographic area, but you get the ground input first, because that hones you down from 25,000 miles. It can hone you down literally to a much smaller piece. And then the risk models allow you to prioritize better. And that shift, I don't think has happened across the board. And I think we would all benefit from it. So I'm just bringing that up as a personal learning of mine, me being more on the data science side, but really understanding the ground level shows how wrong we sometimes can be.
Thank you, Andy. I think that is a great note to take us out for this section. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Marcelo. We now have a 10-minute break before our last topic of the day, vegetation management. So we will come back at 2:25. Hello, everyone. My clock reads 2:25. So it is time for our last topic of the day, vegetation management, a topic close to my heart. This presentation will be given by John Alderson and Jennifer Fuller. I see John on. Whenever you are ready, John, you can take it away. And there's Jennifer. Excellent.
Good afternoon. I'm John Alderson, Vegetation Management Expert with Green Grid Incorporated, and I am again joined by Jennifer Fuller.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fuller, Utility Vegetation Wildfire Analyst. Just introducing myself. You go ahead, John.
Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by talking about some of the history of wildfires in California and the 11 western states that got us to where we're at today. If we look at this slide, we see that in the early 1900s, we were burning somewhere between 1 and 3 million acres annually. But then at the end of World War II, in about 1945, we brought a lot of people, equipment, and planes and trucks and so forth home from the war and declared war on wildfires. And as you can see from there till about 1980, there was a significant reduction in the impact of the wildfires and acres burned. But then about 1980, things changed and we went into this trend where there has been an escalating number of acres burned annually. While it's not consistent, you can see the trend, and that has continued to today. What happened is during this period when we had the least impact from the wildfires, we changed the ecosystems. We changed the ecosystems because most of the ecosystems in the western 11 states are fire-based ecosystems. When we took fire out of them, that was a major change. And they began accumulating fuels that weren't being burned by the frequent low temperature, low intensity fires that had been happening for from time immemorial. And when about 1980, the fuel load built up to where it was very difficult to suppress those fires. Next slide, please. Here's a graph of the number of fires over 100,000 acres from 1983 to 2015. As you can see, those large catastrophic wildfires increased significantly. Next. This is a slide of a mature ponderosa forest in California. And as you can see, there's very little vegetation on the ground, very little regeneration. And that's from the frequent low intensity cool fires that had been burning through there. Next slide. But only go back one slide. We went to. As we can see in this slide, in 1948, about 40 years later, there's considerable brush and regeneration in this area, and that's the same ponderosa pine that was in the center of the last one. Next. In this slide, you can't even see the ponderosa pine anymore, and this is what foresters call dog hair. And it's very thick, high fuel loading, and a lot of fuel there. And in this area, 30 years later, there was a catastrophic wildfire that returned everything to a moonscape. Next. California has had extremes of drought, heat, wind, snow, rain, and accumulation of fuels. California has the highest variation in precipitation annually of any state in the union. And this year we have a significant increase in herbaceous plants and grasses due to the late rains in the winter and spring. Next. This is a graph that shows the annual rainfall, which you can see is highly inconsistent. The red line is the 10-year average. And while the precipitation rate has been highly inconsistent, on average between 1892 and today, we've only lost maybe a couple of inches annually in precipitation. It's the inconsistent precipitation that makes it hard for anybody in vegetation management or agriculture. Next. This is a slide that on the left-hand side shows an area that's had one of the low intensity cool fires burn through it and kill the understory vegetation. On the right-hand side is an understory of vegetation that is healthy and growing. And the thing to know about this understory is the longer it lasts, the more fuel it grows, and the bigger those plants grow, the higher the rate of annual accumulation of fuels. Next. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Fuller, who will go into more detail.
All right, hi, I'm Jennifer Fuller again here, Utility Vegetation and Wildfire Analyst. So currently, minimum vegetation clearance requirements are established based on voltage, and specifically for distribution, we refer to the minimum clearance distances in two categories, SRA and LRA, state responsibility area and local responsibility area. Radial clearances are defined around high voltage wires and subject poles. And then we have major woody stem exemptions, also known as the MWS rule. MWS trees are typically mature trees with large trunks that are between 6 inches to 4 feet from the conductors. Therefore, out of compliance according to state regulations, but are granted exemption status for various reasons. Next slide, please. All right, our discussion point 1. It could be beneficial to adopt a standardized vegetation inventory system that could be utilized by all utilities and selective agencies throughout the state, offering opportunity to analyze more comprehensive sets of data, improving situational awareness, and allowing these various utilities and agencies to collaborate and assist in resolving current and future issues, especially regarding wildfire mitigation. We can improve integrated vegetation management by incorporating opportunities for specificity in the current regulations, and with a strategic combination of technological advancements and field practices, we can vastly improve the success of maintaining the rights of ways to reduce the likelihood of ignitions. Now, some of our current regulations could be refined to accommodate the specificity of various species and their regional growth rates, especially in high fire threat districts. Not all rights of ways can safely maintain compliance within these blanket clearance requirements because of our landscape's diverse ecosystems and climate change, regardless of the delineated responsibility area. Now, limbs over conductors in high fire threat districts can be a high-risk situation, leaving room for opportunities for increased specificity where overhangs are permitted. Arborists have a significant role in actively contributing to risk-based pruning, not only determining specific pruning prescriptions, but also potentially deciding appropriate clearances between vegetation and conductors, as well as inspection schedules based on the specificity of their assessments in various geographical areas. Many trees that are currently exempt under the major woody stem exemption or the MWS rule still pose a level of risk that can be deemed an unacceptable level of risk considering the current wildfire climate. MWS trees often have large overhanging limbs which pose additional risks, especially in high fire threat districts. These trees often need to be pruned more frequently due to their proximity to the conductors. Many species respond to pruning by epicormic sprouting, which is rapid new growth that is weakly attached to the main trunk, and this will result in the tree to lose its exemption status until mitigated. Next slide, please. So here you can see a definition of a danger tree according to California Code of Regulation Title 14, Section 895.1. In applicable areas such as high fire threat districts, and especially where tree mortality is an issue, opportunities include implementing appropriate programs to schedule between annual routine inspection cycles to target potentially hazardous or dangerous trees, because hazard trees can develop between cycle inspections. And in order to properly identify hazard and dangerous trees, it is important to perform proper inspections. Tree defects and their severity are not always obvious. Here we have a level 1 inspection versus a level 2 inspection. A level 1 inspection is like a drive-by. You drive by this tree pictured here, you can see it's dead. A level 2 inspection, you get out and walk around the tree and look for further defects, cracks, and cavities that cannot be seen from the road. The incorporation of additional programs to seek out hazard trees can improve our data sets by integrating tree mortality data, improving current data quality. Next slide, please. All right, discussion point 3. Currently, each utility has their own version of an inventory system. Although they all are very similar in that they all share intentions and contain parallel data sets such as tree location, species, condition, and over time develop a tree history. These data collection systems seem to lack the ability to share information efficiently and accurately across the industry, leaving ample opportunities to improve our existing practices, such as developing and implementing a standardized electronic vegetation inventory system. And the idea here is that all data collected can be accessible throughout all utilities and approved agencies across the state. This way, various trends can be determined, assisting critical vegetation management programs. Information regarding ground fuel loads, undesirable species in the right-of-way, as well as inventorying and monitoring MWS trees. And in order to move forward in reducing ignitions, improving data quality and accessibility is critical. Next slide, please. Existing practices are compliance-based. Field inspections and work prescribed adhere to state regulations. Although certified arborists are trained and qualified to make assessments and risk-based decisions, they must stay within these compliance-based parameters. So, presuming field inspectors are ISA certified, they could have a more trusted authority to determine the threshold of what is an acceptable level of risk on a site-by-site, species-by-species basis. There could be some mandated educational standards allowing a discretionary level of authority for a trained, experienced arborist to make critical determinations in the field. Allowing some risk-based decision-making by the qualified field inspector can potentially minimize future site visits and customer disturbances, improving customer interactions. Next slide, please. Tree limbs over conductors. Current regulations allow limbs over conductors in high fire threat districts. However, regulations could be modified to limit or even prohibit limbs over conductors under specific circumstances which present a high-risk situation. Some species of trees have a greater tendency to drop their limbs than others. During high winds and storm events, limbs can fail in an unpredictable manner. Potential remedies include proactive pruning, scheduled species-specific pruning, and removing the necessary high-risk trees and striking distance. Also increasing the radial clearance distance regulations, as well as the overhanging pruning clearance achievement distances. And in some areas, tree wire could be a more common practice. Next slide, please. The rights-of-ways and surrounding land is grossly overgrown with vegetation due to decades of fire suppression and inadequate forest management practices. Even though many of these spans may remain compliant, the fuel load and thick layer of ground vegetation in the rights-of-ways is a major ignition source and could be mitigated. Accumulated ground fuel from growing ground vegetation, falling limbs, trees, and debris left from prior tree work greatly increase the likelihood of ignition. Potential opportunities include the implementation of a standardized database that includes storage of these locations with high-density ground fuel and developing a history of this data over time for effective monitoring and mitigation. In addition, utilities could hold some responsibility in removing the fuel left behind from necessary tree work in the rights of way in high fire threat districts. This also can improve customer relations. It is important to implement an environmentally sensitive response depending on site conditions. Some opportunities to consider when decreasing ground fuels is utilizing biological, chemical, and cultural controls routinely to manage ground vegetation in the rights of ways. In addition, as I stated previously, a strategic combination of technological advancements and field practices can vastly improve the success of maintaining the rights of ways, therefore reducing the likelihood of ignitions. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. I will now pass this on to Colin.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, John. Jennifer, you did cut out just a little bit at the end. I think we got most of it, but do make sure that for all the panelists, make sure to mute, and so there is no reverb or cross traffic on audio. Okay, going to the panel presentations now. Oddly enough, I have 6 minutes per presentation, exactly 6 minutes. But we will start with Andy Abranches and Kamran Rashid from Pacific Gas and Electric.
Colin, thank you for that. I might go off camera because my bandwidth is telling me it's getting low. So first of all, appreciate the lead in from John and from Jennifer on this. Really a lot of it resonates. What I want to first say is what we've come to the realization at PG&E is that vegetation management is extremely important. However, trying to constantly battle the growing vegetation may not be the most appropriate strategy overall from a utility viewpoint, right? There are assets that we control, and if we can do a better job of designing those assets in such a way that should vegetation come into lines, right, those assets don't cause an ignition is an overarching strategy for us. So not to say that we're not paying attention to veg, but I think the strategy is trying to catch everything that'll happen with veg. When you have about 8 to 10 million trees around your lines, you should assume something's going to happen. How do you fail safely? And that has been an approach. That's what's led to operational mitigations like EPSS. With that said, there's a lot of good points that Jennifer and John have brought up, right? I think we're very open to the fact that, hey, if we could have a database that shares all the data that gets collected from across the utilities to trend it, very supportive of anything that moves us in that direction forward, and we participate as aggressively as we can in that. It is a challenge on veg, obviously, because you got to get the standardization that you need, but that's a great suggestion and we endorse it. Where we are a bit concerned a little bit is on the definition of a hazard tree, not because we don't want a hazard tree defined. No, we do, and that's a challenge, but we've got to be thoughtful in the way that's done, because there are some elements of the language today that says that could fail into the line. The challenge with trees is every tree could fail into the line. It just depends on the level of stress it would experience, whether it's a wind gust, extreme wind, or whatever. So that that language is challenging. A second aspect of the language that was put up was on a lean. Now, there are natural leans where trees grow naturally leaning because they've grown with the wind patterns in a particular way, that you've got to be careful that you don't try to take out trees that are naturally growing lean versus unnatural lean where the tree is failing because of a reason. And I think that's what Jennifer was getting to when she was saying, you've got to give the arborist the flexibility to really make that informed judgment over there, because they can see that when they're at the specific tree doing a level 2 inspection. That makes a big difference in allowing that. And then the last element on the hazard tree definition was around any cause, right? Any cause is really too broad. So we've got to think about that. There's a lot to work on. But in general, the definition of a hazard tree is something that we really think could use for the work and improvement. Absolutely. Moving to another topic on radial clearances, I think when I'm not sure if it was John or Jennifer when they first started out, they said, hey, these are the clearances in SRA and FRA. I think we got to be more specific on the clearances in HFTD. And for radial clearance, we've shown that in HFTD, right, requiring a 12-foot clearance through the regulations, right, would go a long way in preventing the tree grow-in risk, which is very prevalent in a lot of cases. Nuancing that obviously by species is a big deal, but absolutely supportive of nuancing it by species. And then the integrated veg management, I think there's a big gap in the regulations there for us, which is, I think, strengthening that so that clearing can be done from pole to pole using whatever means, right? Whether it's animals like goats and others to help, or masticators, or even just applying herbicide over time specifically would be a big help on the integrated veg management. I want to end, but I'll ask Kamran to see if he's got something to say. That we do have new technologies like LiDAR that is getting better. It's not perfect, especially in dense canopy, but if we could open up the aperture for how a veg inspection is done and where veg inspection is done, you could allow the first pass to be done by LiDAR from the sky, whether it's drone, helicopter, or fixed wing aircraft. That LiDARs the entire, let's say, distribution system, and then based on that LiDAR data, only go out to the areas where there's high tree density, so you maximize the use of your arborists in those areas to assess the condition that needs to be assessed. And by doing that LiDAR on an annual or even a biannual, once every 2-year basis, you can monitor tree growth and tree lean and changes to the environment that are taking place because of ongoing extreme weather events. So I'll pause over there and leave it over to Kamran if he's got other things to add. He's got a couple things around PRC codes.
Thank you, Andy.
Kamran?
So this is Kamran Rashid, and right now, we have a public resource code 4292 and 4293 and 4295.5. So these are PRC codes. Then we have a GO 95 Rule 35, and all of these regulations are not aligned. So there is inconsistencies on the interpretation. So the example I will pick, like maintenance of vegetation in timberland. So we have a forest practice rules in California. There are exemptions. So name 11.4.1 and 1038. And these are interpretation for 4293 to manage the dead tree removal and reduction of fuel, and to mitigate the wildfire risk. When it comes to the interpretation, and for utilities, the interpretation is very narrow and strict. And even when we're doing some hazard trees, example is if it's past orchard and there is a ponderosa pine, if we need to remove, we need a permit. And although we are not converting the land from forest to an orchard or something. So that is one of the example. And then the requirement in PRC, identify and mitigate, and GO95, we are required to do it, mitigate the tree when we are notified or if we happen to find one, not required to find. Just highlighting few of those. Andy already elaborated on the definition. So the definition that was in the presentation, that is Title 14 CCR 895.1, that is very broad. That is not limited to overhead electric wildfire risk mitigation. That is for all facilities that is pretty broad. The other thing I want to highlight is there are Title 14 CCR 1250 to 1258 that contain additional VM information and should be utilized to codify the VM requirement and standardize. So what we are suggesting, CPUC should consider adopting these Title 14 CCR. And then we can add the hazard tree definition there. We are looking forward to collaborate and come up with a standardized hazard tree definition. And the other thing I just want to highlight is the California Board of Forestry submitted a rule plead to revise Title 14. And this rule plead helps provide clarity and is subject to additional modifications. And the current plead was developed in partnership with California Utilities, CAL FIRE, Board of Forestry, administrative staff in 2019. So it is at Governor's office right now since 2019. So just added a few of the things. And the other thing Andy already highlighted, the overhangs, it makes sense in maybe in certain areas, not everywhere, such as coastal forest, very tall trees, very a lot of overhangs on the redwoods and clearing the redwoods and then having these epicarmic shoots and weak attachments and plus opening up that sunlight to the ground and having more dry fuel underneath instead of shaded fuel. So that is one of the example, and I like the idea of areas where we have more risk-based inspection and higher qualified people to identify the trees. We just started one of the pilot project, and we are going to expand next year. We call areas of concern to identify it and do a focus tree inspection in these areas. So I will pause for the question and comments now.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Kamran. If you do have additional points to make, we might be able to circle back around after we've gotten to everyone. Next on my list is Michael DeLeo from San Diego.
Oh, thank you, Colin. Quick mic check.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael DeLeo. I'm the Wildfire Mitigation Program Manager for SDG&E, and I appreciate the opportunity to be participating in this symposium or this conference. I really appreciate the tee-up that John and Jennifer provided as well. And I appreciate also Colin's interest in this subject. So it always helps. I'll do my best to keep all my comments in under 6 minutes, which is difficult for me to do. But I really appreciate also the tee-up from Andy and Kamran, who spoke eloquently on this subject. Just quickly by way of background, I've been in vegetation management for almost 30 years now. The last 20 with SDG&E, and prior to that, almost 10 years with PG&E. It is a very complex subject, obviously, and it's one that has deservedly a lot of visibility because of the impact, the high degree of variability of vegetation across the state of California, the different topographies and climate zones. There's just a rich mix that make it especially dynamic and complex to manage vegetation around the power line. Traditionally and historically, we've been tasked with managing the space around conductors, but now the field is broadening out to include vegetation at the ground level as well. I'll quickly go over the discussion points that were brought up. Hopefully I can touch on all of these. Starting off first with hazard trees, I agree with my predecessors that a standardized definition of hazard tree is important. However, the caveat is that hazard tree assessment identification is a very subjective and complex analysis. First off, obviously, you have to have people that are trained in making those calls. It's especially difficult with utility vegetation management and hazard trees because you have to consider not just the textbook definition of what constitutes a hazard tree, but also you have to think about the time horizon. Because we have to maintain compliance year round, we have to think about the tree's changing conditions throughout the year. Now, if we were tasked with completely removing the hazard, that would entail removing every tree that's within strike zone, which obviously is not feasible from an environmental standpoint, nor are customers, would they be happy with that, nor is it the right thing to do. So you have to take an approach that's considering obviously not just the species, that is those with known proclivities for failure, their growth potential, but also you have to think about the site-specific conditions, soils, topography, aspect, slope, all these different factors make up this rich, complex decision-making when it comes to hazard trees. You also, again, have to think about that time horizon. So we're not out to remove every tree. We're not out to abate any potential hazard for the next 10 years. We have to think about the next annual cycle. So that's what makes it a little bit more challenging, but a standardized definition, one that actually has specific linkages to The target, which in this instance are the power lines, is one that we would endorse. Regarding VM inventory, would agree also that that there should be a standard approach to that. I don't know that I'd necessarily advocate one centralized database for all vegetation. Again, going back to the complexity of our vegetation types across the California landscape, there's a lot of uniqueness to each of our service territories. And even within our service territory, there's a lot of diversity as well. But to the extent that we can identify, for example, trees, fast-growing trees, species that, again, have a high degree or proclivity for failure, that would be something that would be welcomed. Well, we currently are in a joint IOU initiative where we're developing a centralized database for our tree-related outages. So if that could be used as a model for a centralized database, then we would advocate for that as well. I want to talk about risk-based prioritization of work because that's something that's very critical. One, I think it's paramount that vegetation management needs to have a standard schedule. Again, we have to remain compliant all year round. So you have to have a very specific and dedicated schedule of activities such that any work that is identified can actually be completed within the annual timeframe. So you don't have residual work that is deferred. And the longer you defer it, obviously, the longer the potential for having a possible failure or growth and encroachment comes into play. So we definitely do advocate for a risk-based prioritization of work. We, for example, have a master schedule of activities such that we get through all of our spans every single year. Any tree that's identified to be trimmed or removed is done on that specific time frame. You also have to have a prioritization schedule. So for any work that's identified as a priority, whether it's a non-compliant tree or something that's in an imminent state, can be done that day if it's observed as such, or before the next scheduled tree trimming activity. With regard to pruning practices and clearances, again, obviously we're mandated to have minimum clearances. We are not mandated to establish post-trim clearances. And I wholeheartedly agree with that approach. The reason being is because that puts the discretion on the utilities to make the informed and professional determination of how much clearance that specific tree at that specific location requires. The joint IOUs all now have a common definition of enhanced vegetation management clearances, which is in alignment with the CPUC's recommendation for post-trim clearances in the HFTD, which is 12 feet. But again, they're really, I wouldn't advocate a standard approach to post-trim clearances because of the unique nature, and you have to take into consideration the growth rate of trees and the other species specific determinations. Having said that, we have to follow ISA standards and OSHA and as well as ISA and best standard practices for trimming. So following pruning standards, directional pruning standards, that take into account not just an arbitrary clearance to maintain, but you're looking at the growth of the tree, abating the specific hazard. So every tree really has its own specific and unique clearance based on species and site-specific conditions. We, as a matter of practice, remove all limbs that are directly overhanging the power lines. I think to Comrade's approach, that may not be applicable or necessary for every species. We feel it's a good approach in our service territory. We established that a couple decades ago. Almost out of time here, so I'll just quickly end with IVM, integrative vegetation management. So that's looking holistically, not just at conductor space, but also ground vegetation. So we definitely advocate the use of herbicides where it's appropriate, applicable, and feasible, and also looking at other things like cultural practices using goats, for example, in our transmission rights-of-ways. And then also establishing remote sensing technologies where possible. It's as Andy mentioned, it's burgeoning technology. I think all of the utilities are implementing it where we can, where it's feasible, and where it sort of fits our initiatives within vegetation management. I could talk a lot more, but out of respect for time, I'll go ahead and stop there, and I'll hold any further comments for questions. Thanks, Colin. Back to you.
Great, thank you, Michael. And I think Jessica is furiously writing notes, but when you are ready, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. So this is a topic close to my heart as well, and the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board is thinking about this topic deeply at the moment. What I find interesting about the introduction of almost all vegetation management conversations include a setting of the stage of the current state of particularly the forest in California or in the West, and how it has evolved into a less healthy state. And with that said, I think it behooves us in the energy space to think about this holistically and understand that the way we're thinking about this is that we're running electricity through an unhealthy environment, and one that is actively changing, not just due to climate change, but also because our urban environment is changing rapidly at the moment. So the way I like to think about this is that we collectively are aiming towards a healthy environment. And I was thinking about that in the context of Michael DeLeo's comments that removing every tree that's in a certain proximity of the line is not what we want to do. We want to have trees that are healthy, that if they're big and they're healthy and they're near the electrical line, they may not pose a hazard, but in some cases even be protective by theoretically dampening wind, for instance. So one thing that I propose in doing these evaluations, in particular with clearances, is to assess and categorize the state of California via different geographies that are defined. And actually, I'm going to make reference to Tom Rolinski at Southern California Edison, who has done some work in defining what he calls fire climate zones, which are areas where the topography, vegetation, weather and climate, and fire history are relatively homogeneous. And so in doing so for Southern California Edison, he's identifying desert zones, southern Sierras, coastal and inland regions that all have different types of forcing, different types of times of year that have risk, et cetera. And those regions are going to be vastly different than SDG&E's territory as well as PG&E's territory. And so when we talk about clearances and hazard trees, we need to think about them in the context of species, which I know the IOUs are doing quite well, but also understanding, clearance and hazard trees and trimming, and how those activities occur within the right-of-way, and what assessments might occur outside of the right-of-way that might influence their capacity to maintain the right-of-way. For instance, clearing to bare earth where required, potentially in the SRA, but if there are a series of pine trees where high winds could actually blow pine needles and other debris into the right-of-way, could make the work end up being moot. So so in summary, I would propose that looking at the HFTD, we actually consider a two-tiered approach where we're looking at tier 2 and 3, which is valuable and was a strong effort by the CPUC and CAL FIRE, but also to consider, in addition to that, that there are conditional differences in tier 2 and 3 depending on what you might call the geography or the ecoregion or a fire climate zone or some definition that we could collectively define. I also suggest that when it comes to the database idea and having a vegetation inventory that we can collectively understand, that potentially we do that not just for trees, but assessing, for instance, the possible rate of invasive vegetation when taking away existing vegetation. So anytime that a larger, like a tree or a shrub, is removed, an invasive grass is likely to encroach. And using herbicide, I think, is a largely unknown but high risk chemical for humans in the environment. We should minimize that. But that to also in that database contribute to understanding conditions in the surrounding environment so that we can understand the forcings that are affecting that right of way, including potentially green up, drying up, and fuel moistures as they're changing over time. And those are that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Jessica. Next, do we have Chris Porter on the line? Board member Chris Porter.
Yes. Colin, I'm going to leave my camera off so I'll be heard all the way through. Yeah. So start with redefining the hazard tree. I do think that there needs to be an expanded definition due to the fact that it isn't just falling trees, and we've talked about this. We've talked today about the varying weather patterns, and ultimately, when each of the three have introduced PSPS because of pending adverse weather conditions and gone back to do their patrols, they have found limbs and foreign debris in lines that were 200 to 300 feet from the circuit. So as we look at redefining this, what a hazard tree is, we take in consideration the already collected data that's informed us of what is possible. I don't think that any of us a year ago would have assumed that we would have had the last 10 months of all the precipitation and weather that we've had that now has increased the growth rate of some of the trees that probably wouldn't have been identified as hazardous. So that's important. Also, I do agree that for any cause is extremely vague and broad, and it definitely needs to be a little bit more pointed. But again, that's something that we truly have the ability to redefine. The centralized veg management system is something Jessica, she hit the nail right on the head. I was going to recommend definitely that we need to have a centralized management system, computer-based, because in most inventories, what's usually identified are trees and brush. And in that inventory system, absolutely include all species, right, that intersect with utility assets concerning wildfire threat districts. This will inform, right, the integrated veg management approach to reducing the effect of if there is an ignition. Veg management does basically three things. It manages the fuel that's there, it removes possible fuel, and it gives us an opportunity to engineer if there is a ignition, how that fuel interacts with the other supportive vegetation around it, and keeps the adverse effects of that at a minimum. So how we redefine is going to affect differently each one of the IOUs. Absolutely, but I think that it will absolutely create a more informed environment. And definitely the clearance issues. I believe we have enough data in the last 5 years. The utilities have gone above and beyond their regulatory obligation. And we can take the data from how many ignitions that it has reduced, damage, and I think we can create a viable standard that's greater than the one that they are currently held to. Inspecting the assets, I think we do need to do it more often, but with a more informed and qualified resources, believing that each one of the IOUs should actually bring in-house, qualified resources, individuals who can assess the invasive non-indigenous species along with trees and brush, and be able to recommend the type of veg management that is effective. And each location, right, is going to be different, unique. And in that, they'll be able to better control the mitigation efforts. And as I said before, it isn't just pruning branches within the fall radius. There have been recorded winds in areas that previously the utilities thought 85 miles an hour would be the extreme. They've recorded 100 and 115 mile an hour winds. And ultimately, depending on the species in those corridors, they absolutely then become hazards that can be introduced into the energized equipment, conductors. Being more proactive in doing that and getting schedules of pruning so that it is beneficial, I think, is something that we have to look at. So the thing that I'm most excited about is redefining how we interact with the environment that supports utility structures and infrastructure. How do we manage all the fuel and possible fuel? We have an opportunity to definitely identify all the undesirable species that exist on right-of-ways, within the corridors, transmission corridors, in pending transmission corridors, and even possibly reintroduce high moisture retaining vegetation, or at least create pilot programs to see how that affects the risk model. But definitely managing ground fuel in other methods other than pretty much those that will adversely affect the environment, the population surrounding, is definitely something. And I was encouraged to listen that is definitely on the table. And with that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Chris. Next, last but not least, we have Greg Morris from the Green Power Institute.
Thank you, Colin. And I'd like to say that I'm very heartened by the fact that you, Colin, and then later Jessica both mentioned that this is a topic close to your hearts. So I think vegetation management is an important topic. And I want to change the subject a little bit about what we've been talking about. I'd say up to now, we've been concentrating on what I would call process. What to do in terms of vegetation management, planning, inventorying, cutting, and those are all important aspects. And but I want to key in on something that Jennifer mentioned, 2 or 3 times just made reference to, and that is customer relations, because I think as all the utilities would probably agree, vegetation management is an opportunity for close contact with your customers. And in all too many cases, vegetation management, customer relations are not easy and often are pretty sour. I think there are opportunities there, but it's opportunities that need to be developed and will take some effort. I hope they would be the kind of thing that would be worth the effort. You have a difficult predicament because, of course, you're working on other people's lands, but you have right-of-way rights to do these treatments. Given the fact that you're going to have something like 500,000 trees cut every year statewide, and additional biomass produced from trimming of all sorts. That's a lot of biomass. And there are markets for the biomass, but it's not necessarily, in many cases, your biomass. So a couple of utilities have talked about programs to reach out to their customers, their land holding customers where their rights of way exist, in order to try to work with them in terms of vegetation management. And now we're, instead of talking about process, we're sort of talking about execution. I've heard a lot of stories of very sloppy residue management on the part of the tree trimmers, for example, from right-of-way clearances. And that definitely does not engender good customer relations. It also leaves fuel on the ground that, as it accumulates over time, adds to the risk factor of should there be a spark, or simply should there be a wildfire that comes through. So offering a service to your customers, and of course there's a whole bunch of different geographies involved in your rights of ways, and there's different needs in different parts of that. But working with your customers to try and offer a service for vegetation residue management, including a service for you to not just drop it, but to collect it and remove it, would really be an important thing in many locations, I think, and would engender better relations with your landholding neighbors, and ultimately could even encourage them, because of course you're just in the right-of-ways, but some of them own land that projects out and is key to the forest's safety in your regions, may just give them the impetus to do some work on their own lands. So this is an opportunity to go from where you've got, in too many cases, seriously poor relations with your customers, to actually build a program that would engender better relations and even good relations maybe with your customers in a very visible part of the business. And it's all with the aim of safety. It's not necessarily the cheapest per mile of right-of-way treatment, But that's got to be balanced with all the other aspects. So that's really what I wanted to key in on here today, is that it's difficult enough to know, how to figure out which trees need to be cut, and that all takes a lot of effort, and I applaud those who are doing that. But the execution is important too. So it's actually an opportunity too often missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Michael, I see your hand up. Would you like to respond to something that Greg has said?
I would, yes. Thank you, Colin, for that opportunity. And first off, thank you, Greg. I think those are such important and applicable comments for this subject. And the reason why it's also so near and dear to my heart is because we really have a challenge in vegetation management to communicate and convey something that customers usually don't want, appreciate, advocate, or ask for. So it really is a challenge for us to execute that. When I say execute, I mean execute that communication effectively, but really that is the key challenge. And I think it's a reflection of the gap in our industry that we've struggled with over the years. That is to put a professional face on something that otherwise appears arbitrary to the general public. Again, especially if it's something they don't advocate for, because what we do is so impactful to customers, right? We show up, the crews show up, they're very loud, they have a very visual presence. They're cutting trees that the customers don't appreciate or agree with. So it really is incumbent upon us to have a successful outreach and educational program to explain the whys and the hows. We can have a collaborative relationship with the customers rather than an adversarial relationships. This is something that the utilities do not take lightly. I know that we each have a very concerted and dedicated approach to this. As you were talking, I was thinking maybe this is an opportunity for us to broaden this initiative and approach out and enlist the help of our regulators, and maybe at a state level, we can build a public outreach campaign that talks about primarily the public safety advocate approach, right? That is what we're doing is not only for the customer's property, specific property, but for the general public's safety as well. It's frustrating for me when I hear customers sort of disparagingly talk about utility vegetation management in terms that are really not that pleasant, especially when they may disparage our contractor workforce because they think they're not professional. But this is also an opportunity to address that perception in a positive manner. And this is where we need to do our best effort to endorse and support and increase the professionalism of our industry. And that's what we are doing. We're making sure that we hire people that are professionally trained, that training is ongoing, and it meets certain criteria. For example, folks that do our inspections, our level 2 inspections in the HFTD, we require them to be certified arborists. Our tree trimmers, though it may not look like it to the customer, they are also professionally trained to work in a very dangerous environment. So I think we need to take this opportunity to really advance the positives. And again, this might be an approach where we can take a statewide, to make this a statewide issue, because though we do have the requirements for minimum clearances, sometimes we don't have the necessary regulatory backing to enforce what we have to do. We do in some instances, for example, under Public Resources Code 4295.5, which is rather recent, which recognizes the utilities need to access the property to conduct their business. But again, we don't want to make this an aggressive approach or an adversarial relationship. We want to do this collaboratively with the customers, with them recognizing the key benefit of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
And if I could just say so, I know we're not trying to revisit the WMPs and stuff, but I just want to say that San Diego has taken a very serious approach to this, and I applaud that.
Kamran, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would like to make one comment. That there is Greg, thank you for bringing that very important topic, and Michael covered majority of what I was thinking. I just want to, reemphasize what Greg said and then Michael. So this is a very important aspect of the business, and especially when we're trying to do more risk management and doing more tree removals or bigger clearances. Recently, we had a program we call EVM. So there was a big pushback from the individual customers and communities. I think there is an opportunity for campaign at community, bigger state level and individual customer education. So how this is beneficial for all of us. So I patrol these lines many years, and explaining to the customer, taking time, it helps. And I think there is a lot more opportunity at individual customer and community level whenever there is a program, there is a new projects going in any community.
Thanks, Kamran. Chris Porter, I see you have your hand up as well.
I actually wanted to ask a question of Michael.
Go ahead.
As you begin to interact with the customers and trying to be more collaborative with them, explaining who's showing up, why they're showing up, and how it's beneficial, is the entire workforce that actually does the line clearance, brush abatement, is that a contract workforce? Or do you have in-house?
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for the question. For the most part, our workforce is a contracted workforce. Again, they are a professional workforce. For our pre-inspection, for example, the majority are certified arborists. For our line clearance tree trimmers or arborists, they have to be line clearance qualified to work within proximity of the power lines. Those are OSHA and ANSI requirements. And we did a couple of years ago hire some in-house pre-inspectors. They are used primarily to augment our off-cycle HFTD inspections. We do multiple inspections within the HFTD annually because we feel that a frequency of inspections helps us maintain compliance and also reduces the risk of ignitions.
And those individuals that were in-house, how did the public view them? Because they truly were associated with you, not just all of a sudden a Davy Tree or UTS showing up and starting their work, even though they absolutely are professionals.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think a lot of it comes down to, well, obviously, you have to provide your skill set, right? So you have to have the certifications, right? If someone comes on your property and you're asking them about their credentials, what do they know? A lot of customers actually will test our inspectors to know if they're really qualified, because that does often come up because you're making very subjective, judgmental calls. And when you're talking about risk mitigation, sometimes those calls can seem rather extreme, whereas they are actually merit-based and the customer doesn't fully appreciate that. But really, I think to your question, yes, at times being a member or an employee of the utility may garner a little more a trust factor, if you will. But what we want to establish is it doesn't matter which company that is representing vegetation management. If you show a level of professionalism and you demonstrate that in your communication, and we follow through with that, and that's the key on the tree trimming side, that our tree trimmers are actually executing the work according to the requirements, that we can slowly build that trust with our customers. I hope that answered the question, Chris.
It did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Michael. As many of you may have noticed, we have moved right along into open discussion, which I'm more than happy to do so. So folks who are not panelists, please feel free to raise your hand or ask a question or make a comment in the Q&A box. We still have a little bit of time left allotted to this topic, so we're happy to hear more from you all. And while I'm not seeing anything at the moment, I will wait a little while longer. Panelists, you are also welcome to make any additional points that you may not have gotten to in your very short 6-minute time period. I see a hand from Megan Samaji of the Joint Local Governments. Go ahead, Megan.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to really echo my support for Mr. Morris's suggestion that there's a regulatory opportunity here to mandate that the utilities clean up the debris that they leave behind when they are doing this vegetation management work. That, you know, and that could be as simple as directing that the utilities create an official ongoing program that has as one of its fundamental components an offer to all private landowners that any felled trees, you know, that they'll sign a release and the utility will remove them. Because that would resolve the issue that, you know, we have heard multiple times over the years that, well, you cut the trees on private property, they technically belong to the landowner. And while that is true, that sidesteps the fundamental issue that many landowners do not want those trees left on their property. Because up in Napa and Sonoma and Santa Rosa in particular, since 2020, you know, we've had significant problems with vast volumes of felled trees and woody debris that was just never removed. And, you know, it's quite literally a fire hazard. It's a safety hazard. It potentially impedes firefighting access to, you know, if there's an event going on. So, you know, we have lobbied to the Public Utilities Commission for creation of an ongoing utility program to do this. We believe that the implementation would be fairly straightforward on the regulatory side. And, you know, we would certainly be happy to work with the utilities, the regulatory agencies, any of the stakeholders to share our sort of on the ground experiences and kind of feedback on what is happening at the local level out in the field on a day-to-day basis and sort of what solutions would be best, you know, or at least viable out at the county and the city level.
Thank you, Megan. We will move next to Henry Sweat from the CPUC.
Hello. I had a question following up on something I heard Michael talk about, which was removing trees being subjective. And I'm kind of wondering how utilities and other panelists think that we could move away from something that's less subjective into more of a scientific approach on this. And I think kind of I'm asking through this lens of like, you know, there's these ISA level 1 and ISA level 2 inspections. And I'm kind of interested in learning more about, you know, if you have an ISA track certified arborist looking at a tree, doing a level 2 inspection, you know, how often are they finding the exact, you know, coming to the same conclusion? Is it, you know, they agree 90% of the time, they agree 50% of the time? And then how do we create rules, or how do we think about, you know, making that process more repeatable. Thank you very much.
Colin, I'll go ahead and go first, I guess, since Henry addressed me. So thank you, Henry, for that question. I think it's very apropos for this conversation, and I'll just reiterate again that yes, I'll restate, I guess, how highly subjective hazard tree inspections are, and I say that as someone who's a certified arborist and has been in the business almost 30 years now, and with a degree in forestry, you could take 10 people out to a span and you'll get multiple different interpretations about whether or not this tree or that tree is a hazard. When is that tree going to fail? And really the critical component is the likelihood. So yes, you're absolutely correct. There is somewhat of a science behind it. Science being, what is your knowledge of species proclivity for failures? Again, looking at the site specific, not just the tree specific conditions. And these are conditions that are in continual flux as well. So you're making a decision not just based on conditions at the time, but you're trying to forecast at least 1 year out in the future, again, to remain compliant for at least one annual cycle. So having said that, I like to think that hazard tree inspection or assessment is an art as well as a science. You can walk past a tree today that otherwise looks completely healthy, and it could fail tonight, or it could fail, tomorrow or 20 years from now. So it is somewhat of an educated guess, and I don't say that lightly or to be dismissive that it is not knowledge-based. It definitely is knowledge-based. So, I think at least level 2 inspections in the HFTD are a necessary component that establishes a standard with which the quality of the person that is performing that activity is established, and you're also establishing specific criteria that is being considered for identifying what may or may not constitute a hazard tree. But I'll go back to that engagement with the customer too, because again, that's where the disconnect comes in. And it's not just the customer, because a customer who may not be well versed or trained in hazard trees, they're making sometimes an emotional decision or determination, as they have the right to do, and it's to be expected because it's their property. But that disconnect doesn't only happen between the utilities and the private property owners. It also happens between the utility vegetation management workforce and public agencies like the U.S. Forest Service or state parks, where we often as utilities find ourselves not in conflict, but challenged to come to a determination, a joint determination, a collaborative decision, if you will, on whether or not a tree is a hazard. Again, that time horizon is so critical. You can come up with any number of individual risk factors that in and of themselves may identify a tree as hazard, or it takes a combination of factors that would make one determine that yes, we need to actually pull the trigger and work this tree. And then the question is, to what extent do you have to mitigate that hazard? Hazards on trees obviously can be at the uppermost canopy or at the lowest portion of the trunk, and that obviously dictates and determines to what extent you have to abate that tree or cut it down to the point where you're removing that hazard. So I hope, Henry, I've answered that question.
Big silences. I hope it did.
Thank you,
Michael. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
Any additional? I'm not seeing any hands raised at the moment, or nothing in the Q&A. Potentially one. Oh, Henry again. Go ahead, Henry.
Thank you. Sorry, Michael. I got muted there, so I couldn't respond. But I had another question. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the conflicts between the different regulations and how that kind of impacts tree trimming. Because I think, thinking about this, the ultimate goal of this, which is to propose, I think it's to propose kind of new rules or to reevaluate the rules. understanding the conflict seems particularly important. And I'm kind of wondering if there's a go-to source to kind of understand all of these things, and also just more detail on how utilities find themselves sorting through this, through these rules. I think I heard there's the CCR, there's the PRCs, there's GEO95, and there's the forest practice rules. And those might be part of the CCRs. But yeah, I'd love to hear more on that.
Cameron, would you like to go first?
Yeah, if you want, so I can go ahead and then Michael, please add what I missed. So I will start with the state responsibility area that is jurisdictional, as Chief Fontes shared this morning. 4 feet radial clearance required only in the declared fire season. There is no set date when the fire season gonna get declared. So that is the word says in local responsibility area or system-wide, 18 inches under the GEO95 Rule 35 is required throughout the year. So that is the one difference between LRA, SRA. And then further, when we got this new HFTD, that overlaps on SRA and LRA, that is a third layer of the map where we are required to keep at 4 feet of radial clearance throughout the year. And also recommend at the time of trim, we get 12 feet of clearance. That is limited to HFTD, that overlap on state responsibility area where PRC 4293 is, and GEO95 Rule 35, where we have 18 inches requirement. And so that is the other difference is under PRC 4293, we are required, utilities are look or find the hazard trees and also mitigate the hazard trees. While in GEO, we are not required. When we get through third party or if we identify, then we are required to mitigate. That is another difference in the regulation. And so, Michael, would you like to add more?
Oh yeah, no, Cameron, you did a great job. There's currently alignment in the clearance standards, minimum clearance standards for PRC 4293 and GEO95, although as Cameron mentioned, there is not complete commonality or alignment, if you will, between the state responsibility area and the HFTD. But again, with regard to regulations, those are the minimum clearance requirements. So, the fact that I think all utilities have already established some fairly, I'll call them progressive enhanced clearances, because we all feel that is a sound approach to further mitigating the hazards. But regardless, if you have a tree that fails, whether it's within the SRA, the HFTD, or in the wildland urban interface that are abutting or adjoining any of those areas, it falls to the utilities, right? Because we have a requirement to mitigate those issues. And so therein lies the real challenge, because then your responsibility is just dictated by the utility strike zone, which is essentially the tallest tree that's adjacent to the power lines inside or outside the right of way, that if it failed towards the lines could strike the lines. So that really is where the challenge lies, because it is such a broad area that is under the utility's responsibility, even though it's out of the specific rights of way or easement.
I guess my follow-up question is, do you guys find that the utilities are interpreting the various regulations in the same way as the authorities having jurisdiction? Whether that's the Forest Service, CPUCs, Safety Enforcement Division, CAL FIRE, et cetera?
Cameron, I'll go first if you'd like. Okay.
I can go first, Michael, so on the Forest Service, you said U.S. Forest Service adopted PRC 4293. So that is straightforward, SRA and FRA, whereas U.S. Forest Service, that is the same. So rest, state responsibility, that is CAL FIRE, and then CPUC, local responsibility area. And Michael, back to you. So if you want to further elaborate.
Oh, no, thanks, Cameron. Yeah, so I think throughout most of the state, the land agencies, specifically the federal agencies, have adopted the clearance, or at least accepted the clearance requirements that are imposed upon the utilities, and they accept us, and in most instances they welcome the clearances. I'll just speak to some of the challenges that we have experienced here locally with the land agencies, whether it's state, county, or federal, and that is the interpretation of the extent that we would like to apply even greater clearances where we feel it's necessary or required, or again, getting back to what constitutes a hazard tree, knowing that the land agencies, the federal agencies like U.S. Forest Service, BLM, BIA, they may not necessarily recognize the same hazards that we do. We have to follow our easements or our memorandums of understanding. And they obviously, as land agencies, have different and specific philosophical requirements as far as resource protection. So sort of stands to reason where they may not, at least, out front, completely agree with our approach, our definition of hazard tree abatement. But again, it's an opportunity for collaboration and education so we can get alignment with the recognition that what we are doing is really first and foremost for public safety, which they obviously would share the same concern.
The other thing I can add, in some cases, as Michael said, so we might need special permits in the federal lands. They might require us to do further work. And sometimes it can be the timing. So what time of the year we can do that work. And there can be some extra challenges, but with cooperation, so we get our work done, but it is a different requirement in different areas.
Thank you.
We have about 3 minutes left for questions, and there is one question in the Q&A that I'm hoping either Kamran or Michael can quickly take. So I think all the utilities do it similarly, but the question is, do all the utilities complete detailed vegetation management outage root cause investigations on all vegetation caused power line conflicts? If yes, can this data be used to develop targeted programs to mitigate these types of failures in the future, both inside and outside the easements or right-of-ways?
So I can start then, Michael, please add more. So what we do here at PG&E, we investigate our outages, but not all, such as the winter storm this year when we have hundreds of thousands of outages. So we don't have a capacity, or we at that time, we feel like it's not adding. We do certain percentage of those in major events. But if this is a regular outages, we do detailed investigation. And we see what happened, why it happened. It is a trunk failure or branch failure, which tree species that, and when last time we inspected. So we do that kind of data collection on our outages, and we do analyze that.
I think Kamran, just want to add, it's not just we analyze the data, right? Kamran's team basically puts together the plans and the targeted focused areas on what we'll do. I mean, two of our programs, Colin, that you may recognize in our WMP, that's based on vegetation outages, is the vegetation management for operational mitigations. And then the second one is the tree focused inspections that used a lot of outage data from vegetation to guide where we want to go back and look in a much more rigorous fashion. I'll hand it over to Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Andy and Kamran, for teeing that up. For SDG&E, we do a root cause analysis on every tree-related outage within our service territory. I won't speak to all outages that are caused by other factor. As I mentioned earlier, there is a current ongoing initiative with the joint IOUs that is also in collaboration with Energy Safety, who is participating in this initiative to develop a centralized outage database related to trees, so we can define best management practices and maybe standards for how we collect the data. This is in a conjunction and association with our enhanced vegetation clearances, where we want to try to find what is the direct cause and effect between greater clearances and the reduction of tree-related outages. So this is an ongoing initiative. We meet bi-weekly on this. So I think as Andy and Cameron alluded to, that there is, I think, some commonality across all the IOUs. And it's just a matter of scale. You know, a PG&E service territory is so much larger than ours. But we do a root cause analysis for every tree. We record that so we know the reasons why. The reason why we do such a detailed analysis is not just to identify why it happened, but also to try to prevent a recurrence.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Kamran and Andy. We don't see any more hands, but we have also run a bit out of time. So thank you, panelists. Thank you, question askers. That was a great discussion. We move on to the survey portion of the workshop, which means we're just wrapping up the day. I will send the link is also in the chat for everyone to see. You can either use the QR code or the link. We would love your feedback about this workshop. The same exact survey I believe the same exact survey will be up tomorrow as well. You can open it in your browser, and please take your time answering those questions and providing any additional comments. And to close us out, I will hand the mic over to Chinmoy Saha.
Thank you, Colin. Hello and good evening. This is Chinmoy Saha again from Green Grid Inc. Oh boy, we learned a lot today. It was highly engaging and thought-provoking day one of the workshop. We are thankful to all our leaders, presenters, panelists, MC, IT and support team, and participants for delivering this exceptional day one of this workshop. We have made great progress toward our key objectives: facilitating stakeholder feedback, promoting public engagement, and enhancing communication and transparency. As mentioned earlier in the session, it is a highly collaborative program involving broader stakeholders. Therefore, we need to prioritize all stakeholders' engagement to ensure strong alignment and coherence of activities toward a safer and prosperous California. We are all in this together, and with your association, we don't have to walk alone. We invite you to engage with us tomorrow to enjoy another information-packed session of this workshop. Again, thank you and stay safe and healthy. See you tomorrow.